alone in the hallway with the sound of autumn's laughter still ringing in her ears. The forest called to her, as it always did when the pack house became unbearable. Sherry slipped out through the kitchen entrance, grabbing her worn cloak and the small medical kit she'd assembled over years of treating her own injuries. The pack healer refused to waste supplies on someone who couldn't shift, couldn't heal with supernatural speed, couldn't contribute anything meaningful to the pack's strength. So Sherry had learned. She taught herself which herbs stopped bleeding, which roots eased pain, which leaves fought infection. She'd learned by necessity, by desperation, by the simple fact that no one else would help her survive. The December wind bit through her cloak as she made her way into the pine forest that surrounded Silver Ridge territory. Snow crunched under her boots. The first storm of winter had hit 3 days ago, and the weathered said another was coming tonight, worse than the last, a true blizzard that would bury the mountains under feet of snow and ice. Perfect timing for her Omega ceremony, the universe's final joke at her expense. She walked for an hour, following the creek that ran along the eastern border of Packlands. This was her place, the one spot where no one bothered to look for her. Why would they? The broken girl with the dormant wolf wasn't worth the effort. But here, alone among the ancient pines, Sherry could almost pretend she was enough. Here, she could breathe without feeling her father's disappointment pressing down on her chest. Here, she could forget that tonight she would kneel before the pack and formally accept her role as Omega, the lowest rank, the servant, the one who existed to make everyone else's life easier. She was so lost in thought that she almost missed the blood. Dark red against pristine white snow, a trail of droplets leading deeper into the forest, away from pack territory and toward the disputed lands where no pack claimed dominion. Sherry froze, her heart hammering. Blood meant injury. Injury meant a pack member might need help. But the scent was wrong. Not Silver Ridge wolves. Not any wolf she recognized. Every instinct she possessed screamed at her to turn back, to report this to her father, to let the warriors handle it. She was weak, powerless, useless. Everyone had told her so for 10 years. What could she possibly do? The wind shifted, carrying a sound that turned her blood to ice. A whimper. Weak, desperate, dying. Sherry's feet moved before her mind caught up. She followed the blood trail deeper into the forest, her medical kit clutched against her chest. The whimpers grew louder, multiplying, not one injured wolf but many. The blood trail widened, became a crimson river in the snow. She burst into a clearing and stopped dead. Bodies, dozens of them, scattered across the snow like broken dolls. Wolves in their beast form, some barely breathing, others already gone still and cold. The scent of blood and death hung thick in the air, mixed with something else. Silver. The acrid, burning smell of silver poisoning. "Oh, gods!" Sherry whispered. A trap. Someone had set a massive trap lined with silver wire, hidden beneath the snow. These wolves had run straight into it, probably fleeing from something, too panicked to sense the danger until it was too late. The silver had torn through fur and flesh, burning and cutting simultaneously, releasing poison into their bloodstreams. Silver killed wolves slowly, painfully. And these wolves had been dying here for hours, maybe days, too weak to shift back to human form, too injured to escape. Sherry counted quickly, 33. 33 dying wolves, and the storm was coming, and she was alone. The smart thing would be to run, to get help, to let the warriors and healers handle this. But these wolves would be dead long before she could return with help. The storm would bury them. They would die alone in the snow, poisoned and broken and forgotten, just like her. The thought struck her like a physical blow. She knew what it felt like to be discarded, to be considered not worth saving. She knew the cold certainty that no one was coming to help, that you were on your own, that your life didn't matter enough for anyone to risk themselves. She couldn't do that to them. She couldn't walk away and let them die like this, even if it killed her trying. Sherry dropped to her knees beside the nearest wolf, a massive male with dark gray fur matted with blood. His breathing was shallow, his eyes glazed with pain. Silver wire had wrapped around his front leg and chest, burning deep into flesh. "I'm going to help you," she whispered, pulling out her kit. "I know it hurts, I know you're scared, but I'm going to help you." She worked with desperate speed, using her small blade to carefully cut away the silver wire, trying not to cause more damage. The wolf whimpered, but didn't fight her. Couldn't fight her. Didn't have the strength left. Sherry pulled out the wolfsbane salve she'd made, technically toxic to wolves in large doses, but in small amounts, it could help neutralize silver poisoning. Her hands shook as she applied it to the wounds, then wrapped them with clean bandages. 1 down. 32 to go. The storm clouds gathered overhead, dark and threatening. The wind picked up, howling through the trees. Sherry moved to the next wolf, then the next, then the next. Her fingers went numb from the cold. Her back screamed in protest from crouching in the snow. Her medical supplies dwindled rapidly. She hadn't brought nearly enough for this. But she didn't stop. She used her cloak to keep the wolves warm. She packed snow around them to prevent more blood loss through the cold. She spoke to each one in soothing tones, promising them they would survive, that help was coming, that they weren't alone. Lies, probably. But they were kind lies, the kind she wished someone had told her during her darkest moments. Hours passed. The storm hit with savage fury. Snow fell so thick Sherry could barely see 3 feet in front of her. The wind tried to tear her apart. Ice formed in her hair, her eyelashes, her lungs. Still, she worked. 17 treated, 18, 20. Her hands were bleeding now, torn by silver wire and frozen by ice. Her body shook so violently she could barely hold her knife steady. But she couldn't stop, wouldn't stop. These wolves deserved better than to die forgotten in a storm. 25, 28, 30. She was treating the 31st wolf, a beautiful white female with silver wire wrapped around her throat, when Sherry realized she was dying too. The cold had sunk too deep into her bones. Her fingers wouldn't move properly anymore. Her vision blurred at the edges. She'd never make it back to Packlands. Even if she tried right now, she was too far gone. The blizzard was too strong. She'd collapse halfway there and freeze to death in the snow, just like these wolves would have without her intervention. The thought brought a strange, bitter peace. At least she'd die doing something that mattered. At least these 33 wolves would have a chance because of her. Her father would never know. The pack would never care, but she would die knowing that for once in her miserable life, she'd been strong enough to save someone, even if she couldn't save herself. Sherry finished treating the white female, then moved to the 32nd wolf. Her vision was going dark now. Her hands had stopped shaking. Not a good sign. Hypothermia was setting in, shutting down her body piece by piece. The 32nd wolf was small, probably young, with russet fur and terrified amber eyes. Sherry smiled at him as she worked, her movements slow and clumsy now. "You're going to be okay," she whispered through frozen lips. "All of you. You're going to survive this." One more. Just one more. The 33rd wolf lay slightly apart from the others, half buried in snow. Sherry crawled toward him on hands and knees, no longer able to stand. No, this wolf was enormous, easily the largest she'd ever seen. His fur was pure black, darker than midnight, darker than death itself. Silver wire had wrapped around his torso and legs, but even dying, even poisoned, he radiated power. Sherry's numb fingers worked on the wire, cutting it away strand by strand. This wolf's eyes were open, watching her with an intensity that should have frightened her. They were gold, pure burning gold that seemed to glow in the storm's darkness. "Last one," she told him, her voice barely audible over the wind. "You're the last one. I kept my promise. I saved all of you." The black wolf made a sound, not quite a whimper, something else. Something that felt like recognition, like understanding, like a vow. Sherry finished bandaging his wounds, using the last of her supplies. Her hands dropped to her sides. She couldn't move anymore. Couldn't even feel the cold now, which meant the end was close. "I hope you make it," she whispered to the black wolf with the golden eyes. "All of you. I hope you find your way home." Then Sherry Brennan, the broken omega of Silver Ridge Pack, the unwanted daughter, the girl who couldn't shift and couldn't matter and couldn't be enough, closed her eyes and let the darkness take her. But before consciousness left completely, she felt something impossible. Heat, radiating from the black wolf, spreading through the clearing like wildfire. And a voice, deep and ancient, and filled with barely contained rage, echoing inside her mind, where no voice should be able to reach. "I found you. Finally, after 20 years of searching. Mine." Chapter 2. The Alpha King's Debt. Warmth. That was the first thing Sherry became aware of. Impossible, blessed warmth seeping into her frozen bones. She should be dead. Every logical part of her mind knew that hypothermia had claimed her in that clearing, that she'd closed her eyes for the last time surrounded by dying wolves and howling wind. Yet she was warm and alive. Consciousness returned slowly, reluctantly, like wading through thick honey. Sherry's eyelids felt weighted with lead, but she forced them open. Firelight danced across a rough stone ceiling. Furs covered her body, thick, luxurious pelts that must have cost a fortune. The scent of burning pine filled her nose, mixed with something wild and untamed that made her wolf, her dormant, useless wolf, stir for the first time in years. Where was she? Sherry tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Pain exploded through every muscle, every joint, every inch of her body. She gasped and collapsed back onto the furs, her vision swimming. "Don't move." The voice came from the shadows beyond the firelight, deep, commanding, edged with something that sounded almost like concern. "You nearly died. Your body needs time to recover." Sherry's heart hammered against her ribs. She turned her head slowly, carefully, toward the voice. A man stepped into the firelight, and Sherry forgot how to breathe. He was tall, well over 6 feet, with broad shoulders and a warrior's build. His hair was black as midnight, falling to his shoulders in waves that caught the firelight. But it was his eyes that trapped her, held her captive, pure gold, burning with an intensity that felt like standing too close to the sun. The black wolf, the 33rd wolf. "You," she whispered. His lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. "Me." He moved closer, each step deliberate and controlled, like a predator deciding whether to attack or merely observe its prey. He wore simple clothes, dark leather pants and a loose shirt that did nothing to hide the power coiled in his frame. Even in human form, he radiated authority, danger, and something else Sherry couldn't name. "How long?" Her voice came out raspy, broken. "How long have I been unconscious?" 2 days. He crouched beside her, close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from his body. "You had severe hypothermia, multiple lacerations, and the beginning stages of silver poisoning from treating my wolves. It's a miracle you survived it all." 2 days. Her father would have discovered her missing by now. The Omega ceremony would have happened without her. They were probably celebrating her absence, grateful that the broken daughter had finally disappeared. "The other wolves," Sherry said urgently, trying again to sit up despite the pain. "The ones in the clearing, are they alive?" His hand pressed gently but firmly against her shoulder, keeping her down. "All 32 of them, thanks to you. You saved every single one." Relief flooded through her so powerfully that tears pricked her eyes. She blinked them back furiously, embarrassed by the display of emotion in front of this stranger. "Good. That's good." "Good?" His golden eyes narrowed. "You nearly killed yourself saving wolves you'd never met. Wolves from a pack not your own, in a blizzard that would have claimed a seasoned warrior, and all you can say is good?" Sherry didn't know how to answer that. How could she explain that in that moment, saving those dying wolves had felt like the first meaningful thing she'd ever done? That watching them suffer felt like watching herself, discarded, poisoned, left to die alone? "I couldn't leave them," she said finally. "No one should die like that, forgotten and alone." Something shifted in his expression, surprise perhaps, or recognition. He studied her for a long moment, those golden eyes seeing too much, cutting through every defense she'd ever built. "What's your name?" he asked. "Sherry. Sherry Brennan." "Brennan?" He said her surname like a curse. "Silver Ridge Pack." It wasn't a question, but she nodded anyway. "You know my father?" "I know of Alpha Raymond." His voice went cold, dangerous. "I know he rules through fear and values strength above all else. I know he signed the Mountain Territories Treaty 5 years ago, agreeing to respect the borders of all sovereign packs." He leaned closer, and Sherry could smell pine and smoke and something wild. "I also know that the silver trap that nearly killed my wolves was set on neutral ground, but the scent markers nearby were from Silver Ridge." Sherry's blood turned to ice. "You think my father—" "I think," he interrupted, "that someone from your pack has been hunting in forbidden territory, someone who doesn't care about treaties or honor or the consequences of killing wolves under my protection." "Who are you?" The question hung in the air between them. The stranger smiled, and it was the smile of a wolf showing its teeth before the kill. "My name is Christopher Clifford, and I'm the Alpha King of the Northern Territories." The world tilted sideways. Alpha King, the ruler of 7 packs spanning 3 mountain ranges, the most powerful wolf in the Northern Hemisphere, the one alpha that even Sherry's father spoke of with grudging respect and barely concealed fear, and she'd saved his life. "I didn't know," Sherry stammered. "When I found you all, I wasn't trying to—" "I know." Christopher's expression softened slightly. "You saved us because you couldn't walk away from suffering, not because you expected a reward or sought political advantage. Do you know how rare that is? How unusual it is to find genuine selflessness in our world?" Sherry didn't answer. She'd never thought of herself as selfless. She'd just done what felt right, what felt necessary, what anyone with a shred of decency would do. "The wolves you saved," Christopher continued, "were the elite guard of the Northern Court, my most trusted warriors, my advisors, my friends. We were returning from a diplomatic summit when we were ambushed. Someone knew our route. Someone set that trap specifically to kill us." "But why would my pack—" Sherry stopped, her mind racing. Her father had been agitated lately, holding secret meetings with Lyle Harrington and other high-ranking wolves. He'd been talking about expansion, about claiming new territory, about Silver Ridge Pack taking its rightful place among the great packs. Oh, gods. "You think my father wants to break the treaty," she said slowly. "You think he's trying to start a war." "I think," Christopher said carefully, "that your father is ambitious, that he sees the Northern Territories as weak because I've chosen diplomacy over domination, that he believes if the Alpha King dies mysteriously in neutral territory, the 7 packs would fracture and fight among themselves, leaving Silver Ridge free to claim whatever land they wanted." It made horrible, perfect sense. Her father's contempt for weak alphas who negotiated instead of conquered. His growing frustration with Silver Ridge's limited territory. His constant complaints about the treaty restrictions. "I didn't know," Sherry whispered. "I swear I had no idea about any of this." "I believe you." Christopher stood in one fluid motion, pacing to the fire. "You're the broken daughter, aren't you? The one who can't shift. The Omega." The words should have stung, but coming from him, they sounded almost thoughtful, curious rather than cruel. "Yes," Sherry said quietly. "I was supposed to undergo the Omega ceremony 2 nights ago, accept my place as the Pack's servant. But instead you were saving the Alpha King's life." He turned back to her, firelight casting sharp shadows across his face. "Fate has a twisted sense of humor." "What happens now?" Sherry asked, though part of her didn't want to know the answer. "Are you going to war with Silver Ridge? Will you demand my father hand over whoever set the trap?" "That depends." Christopher crouched beside her again, close enough that she could see flecks of amber in his golden eyes. "On you." "On me? I'm nobody. I'm the weakest wolf in Silver Ridge. I can't even shift. How could anything depend on me?" "Because," Christopher said softly, You saved my life and the lives of my entire elite guard, because tradition and honor demand that I repay such a debt. Because the moment you touched me in that clearing, something impossible happened." He reached out slowly, giving her time to pull away, and placed his hand over hers. Heat flooded through her, not the gentle warmth from earlier, but something wild and electric that made her dormant wolf surge to life inside her chest. Sherry gasped. Her wolf, the beast that had been silent and still for 10 years, was awake. Not fully emerged, not able to shift, but present in a way it had never been before. She could feel its consciousness pressing against her mind, confused and curious and hungry for more of that electric connection. "What?" Sherry couldn't form words. "What is this?" "You felt it too." Christopher's voice was rough, almost awed. "In the clearing, right before you lost consciousness. That connection, that recognition. I don't understand. Neither do I." He pulled his hand back, and Sherry had to suppress a whimper at the loss of contact. "But I intend to find out, which brings me to my offer." "Offer?" Christopher stood again, clasping his hands behind his back like a king delivering a judgment. "I owe you a life debt, Sherry Brennan. By saving me and my wolves, you've bound me by the oldest laws of our kind. I must repay you. So here is what I propose. Come with me to the Northern Court. Serve as my personal healer. Gods know we need one after that disaster. In exchange, I'll provide you protection, resources, and answers about why your wolf responds to mine." Sherry stared at him, convinced she'd misheard. "You want me to leave Silver Ridge? Leave my pack? Do you really want to go back?" The question was sharp, cutting. Back to being the Omega? Back to your father's disappointment and your sister's cruelty? Back to a life where you'll spend every day carrying water and scrubbing floors and being reminded that you're worthless? Put like that, the answer was obvious. But still, I can't just abandon my pack. My mother, your mother who stood by and watched you suffer for 10 years. Christopher's voice held no judgment, only brutal honesty. The mother who never defended you, never fought for you, never chose you over her own comfort? The words hit like physical blows because they were true. All of it was true. "What if I say no?" Sherry asked. "Then I'll take you back to Silver Ridge Pack, and you'll undergo your Omega ceremony. And I'll begin investigating who set that trap through official diplomatic channels." He paused. "But understand this. If I return you, I can't protect you from what's coming. When I reveal that someone from your pack tried to assassinate me, there will be consequences. War, most likely. And in war, it's always the weakest who suffer first. You're saying I'll be in danger if I go back. I'm saying you were always in danger there." Christopher moved closer again, and Sherry realized he was giving her a choice, truly giving her a choice, not manipulating or forcing. "But here, in my court, under my protection, you'd be safe. You'd have value beyond your ability to shift. You'd have a chance to discover who you really are, without your father's voice telling you who you should be." It was tempting, dangerously, desperately tempting. Everything she'd ever wanted offered by a stranger who should have no reason to care whether she lived or died. "Why?" The question burst out before she could stop it. "Why do you care? You could just claim the life debt is paid and send me back. You could use me as a hostage against my father. Why offer me a place in your court?" Christopher smiled, and this time it reached his eyes. "Because in that clearing, dying from silver poisoning and hypothermia, you thought only of saving others. Because you treated each of my wolves with the same care, even though you were freezing to death. Because when I asked who you'd saved first, my beta told me you didn't choose the strongest or the highest ranked. You saved them in the order you found them. The young and the old, the warriors and the healers, treating each life as equally valuable." He knelt beside her once more, and when he spoke again, his voice was soft but fierce. "That kind of character is rarer than any supernatural strength. That kind of heart is worth more than any ability to shift. So I'm offering you a choice, Sherry Brennan. Come with me, and discover what you could become, or go back and spend the rest of your life being less than you are. Sherry's hands trembled beneath the furs. This was insane. This was reckless. This was everything her father had ever warned her against: trusting strangers, leaving pack territory, putting herself in a position where she had no allies and no escape route. But when had playing it safe ever protected her? When had following the rules ever earned her anything but scorn? "If I come with you," she said slowly, "what would you expect of me? What would my duties be?" "Heal my wolves. Teach them your methods. Your salves and techniques clearly work better than what our own healers provided. Attend court functions as part of my household." He paused. "And help me understand this connection between us. Because I've lived for 93 years, and I've never felt anything like what happened when you touched me." 93 years. He was ancient by wolf standards, powerful and experienced and impossibly dangerous. And he was offering her, the broken Omega, the disappointment, the wolf who couldn't shift, a place at his side. "I need time to think," Sherry said. "You have until sunrise." Christopher stood and walked toward the cave entrance, because that's what this was, Sherry realized. A cave carved into the mountainside, hidden and secure.
"We leave at dawn, whether you're with us or not. Choose wisely, little Omega. Some opportunities only come once."
He disappeared into the shadows beyond the firelight, leaving Sherry alone with her thoughts and the impossible choice laid before her: stay and be nothing, or leave and risk everything. She didn't sleep. How could she, with her entire future balanced on the edge of a knife? Sherry spent the dark hours cataloging everything she knew about her life. The facts arranged themselves with brutal clarity. Her father had never loved her. Oh, perhaps he'd tried in the beginning, before her failure to shift made her an embarrassment. But any affection he'd once felt had long since curdled into resentment. Her mother had given up fighting for her. Edna had made her choice years ago: preserve her own position and protect Autumn, the daughter who mattered, and let Sherry fade into the background. Autumn hated her. Not the kind of sibling rivalry that could be mended with time and understanding, but genuine contempt. Autumn saw Sherry as a stain on their family's reputation, a weakness that needed to be excised. The pack tolerated her at best, despised her at worst. As an Omega, she would spend the rest of her life serving wolves who considered her less than human. They would work her to exhaustion, mock her failures, and remind her every single day that she existed only because they allowed it. That was her future in Silver Ridge. That was what she would be returning to if she refused Christopher's offer. And what did he offer instead? Uncertainty? Yes. Danger? Possibly. But also possibility, the chance to matter, the chance to be valued for something other than her rank or her ability to shift, the chance to understand why her dormant wolf had suddenly stirred to life at his touch, the chance to be more than the broken daughter. When dawn light began filtering through the cave entrance, Sherry had made her decision. She used the water basin near the fire to clean herself as best she could, then dressed in the simple clothes someone had left folded beside the furs, a soft wool tunic and leather pants that fit surprisingly well. Her own clothes, she noticed, were gone, probably destroyed by blood and ice and days of wear in a blizzard. Christopher appeared in the entrance, as if summoned by her thoughts. He'd changed clothes too, now wearing formal attire, black leather emblazoned with a silver wolf insignia. The Alpha King in full regalia, no longer the wounded wolf in the snow. "You've decided," he said. Not a question. "I'll come with you." Sherry's voice came out stronger than she expected. "I'll serve as your healer and help you investigate this connection, but I have conditions." His eyebrows rose. "The Omega has conditions? This should be interesting." "First," Sherry continued, ignoring his amusement, "I want your word that you'll protect me from my father's retaliation. If he comes looking for me, if he demands I return, you'll refuse him." "Done. What else?" "Second, if I discover that you're using me as a pawn against Silver Ridge,
If this is all some elaborate scheme to manipulate my father or start a war, I want the freedom to leave. No life debt, no obligations. Christopher's expression turned serious. You have my word as Alpha King. I don't use innocent people as weapons, and I don't lie to those under my protection. What's your third condition? How did you know there was a third? Because you're smarter than anyone in your pack gave you credit for. He smiled. And because I'm beginning to understand how your mind works. So what's the third condition, Sherry Brennan? She took a deep breath. I want to learn everything. How to fight, how to defend myself, how to survive without a pack's protection. If I'm going to leave Silver Ridge behind, I want to become strong enough that I never have to depend on anyone's mercy again. For a long moment, Christopher simply looked at her. Then he crossed the cave in 3 strides and held out his hand. Deal, he said. I'll protect you, treat you honestly, and teach you to be strong. In exchange, you'll serve as my healer and help me unravel this mystery between us. His golden eyes glinted with something that might have been respect. Welcome to the Northern Court, Sherry Brennan. I have a feeling you're going to turn my entire kingdom upside down. Sherry took his hand, and that electric heat flooded through her again, making her dormant wolf howl with something that felt dangerously close to recognition. She'd made her choice. For better or worse, she'd chosen the unknown over the certainty of suffering. She just hoped she would survive long enough to discover whether that choice had been wisdom or madness. There's one more thing you should know, Christopher said as he led her toward the cave entrance, before we leave this mountain. What? The trap that nearly killed us? The silver wire and the scent markers? He glanced back at her, his expression grim. When my beta investigated after the storm cleared, he found something else. A piece of cloth caught on the trap's trigger mechanism, Silver Ridge colors, and a particular perfume that's quite distinctive. Sherry's stomach dropped. What kind of perfume? Lavender and rose, expensive, the kind an alpha's daughter might wear to make herself smell sweet and innocent. Autumn, her perfect golden sister, had helped set the trap that nearly killed the Alpha King, and Sherry had just agreed to join Christopher's court, putting herself directly in the crossfire of whatever war was coming. I see you understand, Christopher said quietly. Your family isn't just ambitious, Sherry. They're conspirators, potentially traitors, and by choosing to come with me, you've chosen a side in a conflict that's going to get very bloody, very quickly. I know, Sherry whispered. Any regrets? She thought about Autumn's cruel laughter, her father's cold disappointment, her mother's silent complicity, the pack that had watched her suffer for 10 years and done nothing. No, Sherry said. No regrets. Christopher's smile was sharp and approving. Good. Then let's go meet your new pack, little Omega. I think you're going to fit in perfectly. Chapter 3. The Northern Court. The journey to the Northern Court took 3 days. 3 days of traveling through mountain passes so remote that Sherry wondered if anyone from Silver Ridge had ever ventured this far north. 3 days of watching Christopher's elite guard move with fluid precision, their movements synchronized despite the injuries they were still recovering from. 3 days of feeling like an imposter among wolves who could shift with ease, whose beasts were strong and present, and everything hers wasn't. They treated her with cautious respect, these warriors she'd saved, but Sherry could see the questions in their eyes. Why had their Alpha King brought back the broken Omega? What value could she possibly offer the Northern Court? She wondered the same thing herself during the cold nights, when sleep eluded her and doubt crept in like frost. On the third evening, they crested a final ridge, and Sherry saw the Northern Court for the first time. It took her breath away. The palace, because there was no other word for it, had been carved directly into the mountainside, a stunning fusion of natural stone and wolf-made architecture. Towers rose like ice crystals toward the sky, their surfaces catching the setting sun and throwing back 1,000 colors. Waterfalls cascaded down the mountain face, their waters flowing through channels carved into the palace walls, filling the air with a constant soothing roar. And everywhere, There were wolves, not in beast form, but human, moving through courtyards and along walkways, going about their evening routines. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands. More wolves in one place than Sherry had ever seen in her entire life. "Welcome to Wolfstone Palace," Christopher said, appearing beside her. He'd been riding at the head of their party, but now he'd fallen back to gauge her reaction. "Home to the 7 packs of the Northern Territories. What do you think?" "I think," Sherry said slowly, "that I've never seen anything so beautiful." "Wait until you see it from inside." There was pride in his voice, the kind her father had when talking about Silver Ridge's hunting prowess. But this was different. Christopher's pride came from what he'd built, not what he'd conquered. "Come, we'll enter through the main gates. I want the court to see what happens when someone shows true courage." Before Sherry could ask what he meant, Christopher let out a howl that echoed across the mountains. It was answered immediately by dozens of voices from the palace below, a symphony of sound that made her dormant wolf strain toward the surface. The elite guard formed up around them, not trapping her, but creating an honor guard. Sherry found herself riding between 2 massive warriors, with Christopher leading the way, and his beta, a wolf named Patrick Yang, bringing up the rear. "Stay close," Patrick advised. His voice was kind, gentle despite his intimidating size. "The court will be curious. Don't let them overwhelm you." They descended toward the palace gates, which swung open at their approach. Wolves lined the path on both sides, not threatening, but watching, assessing, judging. Sherry kept her spine straight and her chin up, the way her mother had taught her before everything fell apart. If she was going to fail, she would fail with dignity. The gates were massive, 20 feet tall, carved with intricate scenes of wolves running beneath a full moon. As they passed through, Sherry noticed the etchings weren't just decorative. They told a story. The unification of the 7 packs, the first Alpha King, the treaty that had brought peace to these mountains, Christopher's legacy, carved in stone for all to see. They entered a massive courtyard, and Sherry's breath caught again. Wolves filled every available space, sitting on walls, standing in groups, watching from balconies above. All of them silent, all of them staring at her. Christopher dismounted in one smooth motion and held up his hand. The gesture brought instant, absolute silence. 3 nights ago, he announced, his voice carrying across the courtyard with supernatural clarity, "My elite guard and I were ambushed in neutral territory, a trap lined with silver wire designed to kill. We would have died in that blizzard, all 33 of us, if not for one wolf's courage." He turned and offered Sherry his hand. She took it, letting him help her dismount, acutely aware of every eye fixed on her. "This is Sherry Brennan," Christopher continued. "She found us dying in the snow and spent hours treating our wounds, using the last of her supplies and nearly killing herself in the process. She saved every single one of us, asking nothing in return." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Sherry caught fragments of conversation. "Brennan? Silver Ridge? The broken one?" and felt her cheeks burn. "By the old laws," Christopher said, "I owe her a life debt, so I've offered her a place in our court as my personal healer." "She's accepted." He squeezed her hand once, a gesture of solidarity. "From this moment forward, Sherry Brennan is under my direct protection. Anyone who harms her answers to me. Anyone who shows her disrespect answers to me. Is that understood?" The silence that followed was absolute. Then Patrick Yang stepped forward and dropped to one knee. "I pledge my protection to the Alpha King's healer." One by one, the other members of the elite guard followed suit. 32 warriors, some of the most powerful wolves in the Northern Territories, kneeling before a broken Omega who couldn't shift. Sherry's eyes burned with tears she refused to shed. This was wrong. They shouldn't be kneeling to her. She'd only done what anyone should do when faced with suffering. But as she looked at their faces, at the genuine gratitude and respect, she realized something that had never occurred to her before. Maybe the problem wasn't that she was broken.
Maybe the problem was Silver Ridge's definition of strength. "Rise," Christopher commanded, and they obeyed as one. He turned to Sherry, his golden eyes warm. "Come, I'll show you to your quarters. You must be exhausted." He led her through the palace, Patrick following at a respectful distance. Wolves parted before them, some bowing, others simply staring. Sherry tried not to look too overwhelmed by the sheer scale of everything. Vaulted ceilings that seemed to touch the sky, walls adorned with tapestries showing the history of the Northern Territories, floors made of polished stone that reflected torchlight like captured stars. This wasn't a pack house. This was a kingdom. "Here," Christopher stopped before a set of carved double doors. "Your rooms. I've placed you in the healer's wing. You'll have access to the medical supplies and your own laboratory for creating your salves. Patrick will help you get settled." "Thank you," Sherry managed, "for everything. I don't know how I'll ever—" "You already have." Christopher's expression softened. "Get some rest. Tomorrow I'll introduce you to the court properly. There will be a feast in honor of our safe return." He paused. "And Sherry, don't let them intimidate you. You've faced down a blizzard and silver poisoning. Court politics are nothing compared to that." He left before she could respond, his footsteps echoing down the hallway. Patrick opened the doors, and Sherry stepped into rooms more luxurious than anything she'd ever imagined. A sitting area with plush furniture arranged before a fireplace. A bedroom beyond, with a bed large enough for 4 people, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the mountains. And through another door, a laboratory stocked with more herbs, minerals, and medical supplies than she'd seen in her entire life. "This can't be for me," Sherry whispered. The Alpha King insisted. Patrick moved to light the fire, his movements practiced and efficient. "He said you'd try to refuse, so I'm to tell you that these rooms have been unused for 3 years. You're not displacing anyone." Sherry walked slowly through the space, touching things tentatively, as if they might disappear. A wardrobe filled with clothes in her size, shelves stacked with books, medical texts, histories, even a few novels, a writing desk with fresh paper and ink. "How did he know?" she asked. "About the clothes, the books, everything?" Patrick smiled. The Alpha King is very observant. He notices things others miss. It's what makes him a good ruler. He finished with the fire and turned to face her. "Miss Brennan, may I speak freely?" "Of course. And please, just call me Sherry." "Sherry, then." Patrick clasped his hands behind his back, his expression serious. "I want you to know that what you did for us, saving our lives when you had every reason to save yourself, that kind of sacrifice doesn't go unnoticed. The elite guard owes you everything. If you ever need anything, if anyone threatens you or makes you uncomfortable, you come to me. Understood?" The sincerity in his voice made her throat tight. "I understand. Thank you. There's something else." Patrick hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "The Alpha King, he's different around you, gentler, more open. In the 90 years I've served him, I've never seen him show such immediate trust in anyone outside our inner circle." "I don't understand what you're suggesting." "I'm not suggesting anything." Patrick moved toward the door. "I'm just telling you to be careful. The court is full of wolves who would kill for the Alpha King's favor. You've gained it in 3 days. That will make you enemies." Before Sherry could respond, he bowed and left, closing the doors behind him. Alone for the first time since the blizzard, Sherry sank onto the plush sofa before the fire. Her body ached from 3 days of travel. Her mind reeled from everything that had happened. She'd left Silver Ridge. She'd abandoned her pack, her family, everything she'd ever known. And instead of feeling lost, she felt free. The knock came an hour later, soft but insistent. Sherry had been organizing the laboratory, cataloging supplies, and marveling at ingredients she'd only read about in books. She wiped her hands on her borrowed clothes and opened the door. A woman stood in the hallway, tall, elegant, with silver hair braided in an intricate pattern and ice blue eyes that assessed Sherry with unsettling intensity. She wore formal court attire, a dress of midnight blue that probably cost more than everything Sherry had owned in her entire life. "So," the woman said, "you're the Omega who's captivated our king." Sherry bristled at the tone. "I'm the healer who saved his life. There's a difference." "Is there?" The woman smiled, sharp and cold. "I'm Magdalena Hobbs, High Priestess of the Northern Court and the Alpha King's chief advisor. I'm here to prepare you for tomorrow's feast." "I can prepare myself, thank you." "Can you?" Magdalena swept past her into the room without invitation, her gaze cataloging everything with predatory precision. "Do you know which fork to use for which course? How to address the 7-pack alphas who rule under our king? Which topics are forbidden at the high table? The proper way to bow to visiting dignitaries?" Sherry's stomach sank. She knew none of those things. In Silver Ridge, Omegas didn't attend feasts. They served at them. "I thought not." Magdalena settled onto the sofa like a queen claiming a throne. "Sit down, child. If you're going to represent our court, you need to not embarrass the Alpha King." Every instinct screamed at Sherry to refuse, to throw this condescending woman out of her rooms. But she wasn't stupid. Magdalena was right. She had no idea how to navigate court politics, and making mistakes tomorrow could reflect poorly on Christopher. She sat. "Good." Magdalena pulled out a small notebook. "Now, let's begin with the basics. The Northern Court is comprised of 7 packs, each with their own alpha who swears fealty to the Alpha King. The 7 alphas are..." For the next 2 hours, Magdalena drilled her relentlessly. Pack hierarchies, political alliances, historical grievances, proper etiquette, court customs. The information came in a flood, and Sherry scrambled to absorb as much as possible. "The Alpha King sits at the center of the high table," Magdalena continued. "As his healer, you'll be seated to his right, a position of tremendous honor. On his left will be Patrick Yang, his beta. Beyond Patrick will be the 7-pack alphas, arranged by seniority of their oath to the throne." "And you?" Sherry asked. "Where do you sit?" Magdalena's smile was thin. "I sit at the lower high table, with the other court advisors. I am valuable, but I am not pack, not truly." There was bitterness in those words, carefully concealed, but still present. Which brings me to an important point. Christopher, the Alpha King, is unmated, has been for his entire reign. Do you know why? Sherry shook her head. Because he's waiting for something, someone. The old laws say that an Alpha King should have a queen, a mate who completes him and shares his power. For 93 years, he's refused every potential match, every alliance marriage, every beautiful, powerful she-wolf who's thrown herself at his feet. Magdalena leaned forward. "And then you appear, a broken Omega who can't shift, who comes from a pack of traitors, who has no political value whatsoever. Yet he brings you into his court, seats you at his right hand, and declares that anyone who harms you answers to him personally." "He owes me a life debt," Sherry said defensively. "That's all this is." "Perhaps." Magdalena stood, smoothing her dress. "Or perhaps fate has a cruel sense of irony. Either way, you should know, there are wolves in this court who've spent decades trying to win the Alpha King's favor, who've proven their loyalty, their strength, their worthiness. They won't take kindly to being displaced by an outsider." "I'm not trying to displace anyone. Irrelevant. You already have." Magdalena moved to the door, then paused. "One more thing. The Alpha King may have declared you under his protection, but that protection only extends so far. In court, accidents happen, poisonings, falls, mysterious illnesses. If you're smart, you'll watch your back and trust no one." She left without another word, and Sherry sat frozen on the sofa, her mind reeling. She'd thought leaving Silver Ridge meant escaping politics and cruelty. Instead, she'd walked into a viper's nest where the stakes were infinitely higher and the danger far more subtle. A knock interrupted her spiraling thoughts. This time, when she opened the door, she found a young woman, barely 20, with warm brown eyes and a genuine smile. "Hi," the woman said cheerfully. "I'm Roseanne Day.
The Alpha King sent me to be your lady's maid. Well, not really a maid, more like a friend who helps you navigate court stuff without all the stuffy formality. She held up a covered tray. I brought dinner. You missed the evening meal, and I figured you'd be starving. The scent of roasted meat and fresh bread made Sherry's stomach growl audibly. She hadn't eaten since breakfast, and that had been just dried jerky and hard cheese. Come in, Sherry said, stepping aside. Roseanne bustled in with the energy of a small tornado, setting the tray on the table and immediately starting to chatter about court gossip, interesting people Sherry should meet, and which wolves to avoid at all costs. Her warmth was so genuine, so different from Magdalena's cold calculation, that Sherry felt herself relaxing despite everything. Don't worry about tomorrow, Roseanne said as Sherry devoured her meal. The Alpha King wouldn't have brought you here if he didn't think you could handle it, and honestly, half the court is already in love with you. Why? Sherry asked around a mouthful of bread. Because you saved the elite guard without asking for anything in return. Because you're not trying to use your position for political gain. Because... Roseanne hesitated, then grinned. Because the Alpha King looks at you like you hung the moon, and everyone's dying to know what that's about. Sherry nearly choked. He does not. He absolutely does. I've worked in this palace for 5 years, and I've never seen him look at anyone the way he looked at you in the courtyard. Roseanne's eyes sparkled with mischief. This is going to be so much fun to watch. There's nothing to watch. He owes me a life debt. That's the only reason I'm here. Keep telling yourself that. Roseanne stood and gathered the empty dishes. Get some rest. Tomorrow's going to be intense. Oh, and ignore whatever Magdalena told you. She's been trying to become queen for 20 years, and she's bitter about it. Not your problem. After Roseanne left, Sherry changed into the soft nightgown she found in the wardrobe and climbed into the enormous bed. The sheets were silk, the pillows stuffed with down, the mattress so comfortable she felt like she was floating. But sleep wouldn't come. She kept thinking about Christopher's golden eyes, the electric heat when they touched, the way her dormant wolf had stirred to life after 10 years of silence, and Magdalena's warning, echoing in the darkness, accidents happen. Sherry finally drifted off near dawn, her dreams full of wolves with golden eyes and silver traps waiting in the snow. The knock that woke her was sharp and commanding. Miss Brennan? Patrick's voice came through the door. The Alpha King requests your presence in the training yard, immediately. Sherry scrambled out of bed, her heart pounding. Training yard? Why would Christopher want her in the training yard? She dressed quickly in the simplest clothes she could find, leather pants and a sturdy tunic, and opened the door to find Patrick waiting with an expression somewhere between amusement and concern. What's wrong? She asked. Has something happened? Not wrong, exactly. Patrick led her through the palace at a brisk pace. The Alpha King has decided to begin your training. Training? But the feast is tonight. Magdalena says a lot of things. Patrick's tone suggested he had opinions about the High Priestess, none of them favorable. The Alpha King believes you should learn to defend yourself. Given what's coming with Silver Ridge, I agree. They emerged into a massive courtyard surrounded by high walls. Weapons racks lined the perimeter, swords, spears, staffs, daggers. The ground was packed dirt, marked with training circles and obstacle courses. And in the center, shirtless and gleaming with sweat, was Christopher. He moved through combat forms with lethal grace, his muscles flowing beneath tanned skin, each strike and block executed with perfect precision. Other warriors trained around him, but Sherry's eyes couldn't look away from the Alpha King. He was beautiful, deadly, utterly magnificent. Christopher finished his form and turned, his golden eyes finding her instantly across the yard. He smiled and beckoned her forward. "You're late," he said as she approached, though there was no reproach in his tone. "I thought you might sleep through the morning. I didn't know you wanted me here." Sherry tried very hard not to stare at his bare chest. Failed miserably. "Your third condition," Christopher reminded her, grabbing a towel and wiping sweat from his face. You wanted to learn to be strong, so we start today. But the feast is 8 hours away, plenty of time." He handed the towel to a nearby attendant and picked up 2 wooden practice staffs. He tossed one to Sherry, who barely caught it. "First lesson, don't rely on shifting. You can't shift, which means you need to be twice as skilled at combat in human form." "Lucky for you, I'm an excellent teacher." "I've never fought before," Sherry protested. "Not really, just some basic self-defense my mother taught me before she stopped caring." Something dangerous flickered in Christopher's eyes. "Then we have a lot of work to do. Patrick, clear the training circle. Everyone else, continue your drills." The warriors obeyed instantly, leaving Sherry alone with Christopher in the circle. He moved to stand opposite her, staff held loosely in one hand. "Attack me," he said. "What?" "Attack me, however you want. Don't hold back." This was insane. He was the Alpha King, 93 years old, trained since birth to fight. She was a broken Omega who'd spent most of her life avoiding confrontation, but he'd given her an order, and something in his eyes, challenge, curiosity, encouragement, made her want to try. Sherry gripped the staff with both hands and swung at Christopher's shoulder. He blocked it effortlessly, barely moving. Again. She swung at his other side. Blocked. Faster. She tried 3 quick strikes in succession. He deflected all of them with minimal effort, his expression calm and assessing. "You're thinking too much," Christopher said. "Stop trying to plan your attacks. Just move, react, feel." Sherry tried again, attempting to let instinct guide her. The staff felt awkward in her hands, too heavy, too long. She swung, stabbed, swept at his legs. Christopher blocked everything, but now he was starting to counter, forcing her to defend. "Better," he said. "You're not as weak as you think. Your body knows how to move. You just need to trust it." They went back and forth for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Sherry's arms burned, her lungs screamed, sweat poured down her face, but she didn't stop. Couldn't stop. Because Christopher was right. Her body did know how to move, in ways she'd never realized. Finally, he called a halt. Sherry collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath. "Not bad," Christopher said, barely winded. He crouched beside her, offering a water skin. "For your first time, we'll do this every morning. In 6 months, you'll be able to hold your own against most pack warriors." "Why?" The question burst out between gasps for air. "Why are you doing this? The training, the rooms, the seat at your table, it's more than any life debt requires." Christopher was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was soft, almost vulnerable. "Because when I was dying in that snow, silver burning through my veins, do you know what I thought? I thought about all the things I'd left undone, all the connections I'd never made because I was too focused on ruling, on politics, on maintaining the peace. And then you appeared. This broken girl who shouldn't have survived 10 minutes in that blizzard, let alone saved 33 wolves. And you treated me, the most powerful alpha in the Northern Territories, with the same care you gave the youngest member of my guard." He reached out and tilted her chin up, forcing her to meet his golden eyes. "You saw me, Sherry. Not the Alpha King. Not the political power. Just a dying wolf who needed help. Do you know how rare that is? How precious?" Sherry's heart hammered against her ribs. "I don't understand." "Neither do I, but I intend to find out." He stood and offered his hand. "Come, you need to bathe and rest before tonight, and I need to explain something about the feast that Magdalena probably didn't mention." "What?" Christopher's smile was sharp and dangerous. "Your father will be there. Alpha Raymond received an emergency summons this morning demanding his presence at court. He'll arrive this evening just in time to watch his broken daughter sit at the Alpha King's right hand. Sherry's blood turned to ice. He'll demand I return with him, and I'll refuse." Christopher squeezed her hand once. "Trust me, little Omega. By the time this feast is over, everyone will understand that you're under my protection, even your father." As Patrick led her back to her rooms, Sherry's mind raced. Tonight, she would face her father for the first time since running away.
She would sit beside the Alpha King in front of the entire Northern Court. She would have to navigate politics and protocol and dozens of opportunities to fail. But as terrifying as all of that was, one thought burned brightest. Christopher had called her precious. And some traitorous part of her heart believed him. Chapter 4. The Father's Arrival. The dress Roseanne brought that afternoon was the most beautiful thing Sherry had ever seen. Deep emerald green silk that shimmered like water in moonlight, with delicate silver embroidery along the bodice depicting wolves running through a forest. The neckline was modest but elegant, the sleeves long and flowing. It was a dress made for a queen, not a broken omega. "I can't wear this," Sherry whispered, running her fingers over the exquisite fabric. "You can, and you will." Roseanne was already pulling pins from her hair, preparing to work her magic. "The Alpha King had it commissioned specifically for you. Apparently, he described you to the palace seamstress down to the exact shade of your eyes, and she created this in under 8 hours. Do you know how insane that is?" The seamstress literally used magic to finish it in time. Why would he do that? Roseanne met her eyes in the mirror, her expression unusually serious. "Because tonight, you're making a statement. You're not the unwanted daughter anymore. You're the Alpha King's honored guest, and everyone needs to see that, especially your father." The mention of her father made Sherry's stomach clench. In a few hours, she would face Alpha Raymond for the first time since the blizzard. What would he say? Would he be angry that she'd left? Relieved? Would he demand she return to Silver Ridge? Or would he disown her entirely? Part of her hoped for the latter. At least then, she'd be free. "Stop thinking," Roseanne ordered, beginning to brush out Sherry's long brown hair. "You'll make yourself sick with worry. Just remember, you saved the Alpha King's life. You have every right to be here. Your father has no power over you anymore." But as Roseanne worked, pinning Sherry's hair into an intricate updo with small silver ornaments woven throughout, doubt crept in like frost. What if Christopher changed his mind? What if he decided that keeping Sherry wasn't worth angering Silver Ridge Pack? What if this was all some elaborate political maneuver she didn't understand? There. Roseanne stepped back, admiring her work. "Look." Sherry turned to the mirror and barely recognized herself. The girl staring back was elegant, refined, almost regal. The dress hugged her curves in a way that made her look womanly rather than plain. The updo emphasized the delicate line of her neck and jaw. The silver ornaments caught the light, making it look like stars had been woven into her hair. She looked like someone who belonged in a palace, someone who deserved to sit beside a king. "You're beautiful," Roseanne said softly. "You always were, you know. Your pack just trained you not to see it." Before Sherry could respond, a knock echoed through the room. Patrick's voice came through the door. "The Alpha King requests the honor of escorting you to the feast." Roseanne squeezed her hand once, a gesture of solidarity, then opened the door. Christopher stood in the hallway, and Sherry forgot how to breathe. He wore formal court attire, black leather pants, and a tunic of deep midnight blue, embroidered with silver wolves that matched her dress exactly. A crown of twisted silver sat on his dark hair, marking him unmistakably as royalty. But it was his eyes that captured her, those burning gold eyes that looked at her like she was something precious and rare. "You look—" Christopher trailed off, seeming momentarily at a loss for words. "Magnificent." Heat flooded Sherry's cheeks. "Thank you. You look— the outfit is— You look good too." Patrick coughed, badly hiding a laugh. Christopher shot him a warning glance before offering Sherry his arm. "Shall we? The court awaits." Sherry took his arm, acutely aware of the electric heat that sparked between them, even through layers of fabric. They walked through the palace corridors, Patrick following at a respectful distance, passing windows that showed the sun setting over the mountains in brilliant shades of orange and gold. "Nervous?" Christopher asked quietly. "Terrified," Sherry admitted. "Good. That means you're smart." He glanced down at her, his expression both fierce and gentle. "Remember what I told you this morning. You have every right to be here. You saved my life and the lives of my most trusted wolves. Anyone who questions your presence questions my judgment, and I don't take that lightly." They rounded a corner and approached a set of massive doors, carved with intricate scenes of wolves feasting beneath the full moon. Beyond those doors, Sherry could hear voices, hundreds of them, talking and laughing and celebrating. "One more thing," Christopher said, stopping just before the entrance. "When we walk in, the entire court will see us together. They'll see you on my arm, wearing colors that match mine, with your hair adorned in silver. Do you know what that means?" Sherry shook her head. "It means I'm claiming you publicly, not as a mate, not yet anyway, but as someone under my direct protection and favor. It's a statement that goes beyond the life debt. It's a declaration that you belong to my inner circle, that you have my trust and my interest." "Interest?" The word came out as barely a whisper. Christopher's smile was slow and dangerous. "You felt it too, in that clearing, that connection, that recognition. I don't know what it means yet, but I intend to find out. And I want everyone in that hall to know that while I'm investigating this bond between us, you're off limits to everyone else. Understood?" Sherry's heart hammered so hard she thought it might burst from her chest. "Christopher, I'm a broken omega. I can't shift. I have no political value. I can't—" "You can." He cupped her face with one hand, his touch sending electricity racing across her skin. "You can be exactly who you are, and that's enough. More than enough. Don't let anyone, not your father, not Magdalena, not anyone in that hall, convince you otherwise." Before she could respond, he nodded to the guards flanking the doors. They swung open with a resounding boom, and trumpets sounded. "The Alpha King, Christopher Clifford," a voice announced, "and his honored guest, Healer Sherry Brennan of Silver Ridge." The enormous feast hall fell silent. Sherry's first impression was of overwhelming grandeur. The hall was massive, easily large enough to hold 1,000 wolves, with soaring ceilings held up by carved pillars depicting the history of the Northern Territories. Long tables stretched the length of the room, already laden with more food than Sherry had seen in her entire life. Roasted meats, fresh bread, exotic fruits, flagons of wine and mead, and everywhere, wolves. Dressed in their finest, jewels glittering at throats and wrists, all of them turned to stare at the entrance. At her. Christopher began walking forward, and Sherry had no choice but to keep pace beside him. Every eye in the hall tracked their progress toward the high table at the far end. She could feel their judgment, their curiosity, their shock. The broken omega on the Alpha King's arm. Sherry kept her spine straight and her head high, channeling every ounce of dignity her mother had once tried to teach her. She wouldn't cower. She wouldn't apologize for existing. If Christopher believed she belonged here, then she would act like it, even if her insides were churning with terror. They reached the high table. Elevated on a dais so everyone could see, 7 alphas already sat there, along with various high-ranking court officials. They all rose as Christopher approached, bowing respectfully, and at the end of the table, his face carved from stone and his eyes blazing with barely contained fury, sat Alpha Raymond Brennan, Sherry's father. Next to him, looking equally shocked and outraged, was Autumn, her perfect sister, golden and beautiful and staring at Sherry like she'd seen a ghost. "Be seated," Christopher commanded, his voice carrying across the now silent hall. Everyone obeyed instantly. Christopher led Sherry to the center of the high table and pulled out the chair to his right, the position of highest honor. She sat carefully, acutely aware of how the dress pooled around her like liquid emerald. Christopher took his own seat, then raised his hand. "Let the feast begin!" Immediately, servants appeared with the first course, a delicate soup garnished with herbs. The hall erupted into conversation again, but Sherry barely noticed. All her attention was fixed on her father, 5 seats down the table, who was staring at her with an expression of absolute disbelief. "Breathe," Christopher murmured beside her. "You're doing perfectly." The first course came and went, then the second. Sherry picked at her food, too nervous to eat, hyper-aware of every glance in her direction.
The 7-pack alphas kept stealing looks at her, whispering among themselves. Magdalena, seated at the lower high table, watched with cold calculation. And her father looked like he was barely restraining himself from crossing the table and dragging her away. It was during the third course, roasted venison with berry sauce, that he finally broke. "Alpha King!" Raymond's voice cut through the conversation like a blade. "Might I have a word with my daughter?" The hall fell silent again. All eyes turned to Christopher, waiting for his response. "You may speak to her here," Christopher said mildly, taking a sip of wine, "where everyone can hear." Raymond's jaw clenched. "I would prefer to speak privately." "I'm sure you would." Christopher set down his goblet, his expression hardening. "But Sherry is my guest and under my protection. Whatever you have to say to her, you can say in front of the court." Sherry's hands trembled in her lap. She'd never heard anyone speak to her father with such casual dismissal, such complete lack of deference. Alpha Raymond was powerful, feared throughout Silver Ridge territory. But here, in Christopher's hall, he was just another alpha, and not even the highest-ranking one. "Very well." Raymond stood, and the movement carried menace. "Sherry, I don't know what lies you've told the Alpha King, but you're coming home, tonight. You have duties to your pack, and you've shirked them long enough." "She's not going anywhere," Christopher said before Sherry could respond. His voice was soft, almost pleasant, but underneath it ran a current of absolute authority. "Sherry has accepted a position as my personal healer. She's fulfilled your pack's obligation to provide an Omega, and now she's fulfilling her obligation to me. The matter is settled." "The matter is not settled," Raymond's voice rose, drawing concerned looks from the other alphas. "She's my daughter. She belongs to Silver Ridge. She belongs to herself." Christopher stood slowly, his height giving him a commanding presence even among powerful wolves. "And she's chosen to serve my court. Unless you're suggesting that your daughter's word means nothing, that she's too weak-minded to make her own decisions." It was a trap, beautifully laid. If Raymond agreed, he was insulting his own daughter. If he disagreed, he had to accept her choice. Sherry watched her father's face turn red with suppressed rage. She'd seen that look before, usually right before he unleashed his temper on some unfortunate pack member. But he couldn't do that here, not in front of the Alpha King and the assembled court. "My daughter," Raymond said through gritted teeth, "is not in her right mind. She's been through trauma. Clearly, the Alpha King has manipulated her." "Be very careful," Christopher interrupted, his voice dropping to a dangerous purr. "About what you accuse me of." The temperature in the hall seemed to drop 10 degrees. Several alphas shifted uncomfortably. Patrick, seated on Christopher's left, had gone very still, the stillness of a warrior preparing for violence. "I saved his life," Sherry said suddenly, surprised by the strength in her own voice. "I saved the Alpha King and his entire elite guard when they were dying from silver poisoning. He owes me a life debt, and I've chosen to fulfill it here in his court. That's the truth, Father. Not manipulation, not lies, just the truth." Raymond's gaze snapped to her, and for a moment, Sherry saw something flicker in his eyes. Surprise? Pride? It vanished too quickly to name, replaced by cold calculation. "You saved them?" Raymond looked between Sherry and Christopher. "The broken girl who can't shift somehow saved the Alpha King's elite guard?" "Yes." Sherry forced herself to hold her father's gaze. "I found them dying in a silver trap. I spent hours treating their wounds. I used every technique I'd taught myself over the years, the techniques I learned because your pack healer refused to waste supplies on me." That landed like a physical blow. Several court members gasped. Autumn's face had gone pale. "Well," Raymond said slowly, "that changes things." "Does it?" Christopher's tone suggested he knew exactly where this was going and didn't like it. "Of course it does." Raymond smiled, and Sherry recognized that expression, the one he used when negotiating trade deals or arranging alliances. "If my daughter saved your life, Alpha King, then clearly Silver Ridge Pack has rendered you an enormous service. Such service deserves compensation.
Perhaps a renegotiation of our territory borders? Or a reduction in the tribute we pay to the Northern Court? The mercenary calculation in her father's voice made Sherry's stomach turn. He wasn't proud of her. He was trying to profit from her actions. "No," Christopher said flatly. "I'm sorry?" "No renegotiation. No reduction in tribute. Your daughter acted alone, without your knowledge or support. Silver Ridge Pack gets no credit for her courage." Christopher moved around the table until he stood directly in front of Raymond. Despite her father's considerable size, Christopher somehow made him look small. "In fact, I have some questions about Silver Ridge's activities that we should discuss, privately, tomorrow morning, in my study." The threat was unmistakable. Sherry saw her father's face go white, then red, then white again. "As you wish, Alpha King." The words came out strangled. "Excellent." Christopher returned to his seat, his movements unhurried and deliberate. "Now let's return to celebrating. The night is young, and I believe the musicians are ready to perform." As if on cue, music filled the hall, a haunting melody played on instruments Sherry didn't recognize. The tension broke slightly, conversations resuming, though many wolves continued to steal glances at the high table. Sherry's hands shook as she reached for her wine goblet. She'd just publicly defied her father in front of the most powerful wolves in the Northern Territories. She'd sided with Christopher against her own alpha. There was no going back from this. "You did well," Christopher murmured beside her. "He tried to manipulate the situation, and you didn't let him." "He hates me now," Sherry whispered back, "more than before." "Then he's a fool." Christopher's hand found hers under the table, his fingers intertwining with her own. "And fools don't concern me." The feast continued for hours. Course after course appeared, more food than Sherry could have imagined existed in the world. The 7-pack alphas introduced themselves one by one, each offering some version of gratitude for saving their king's life. Magdalena watched from her lower table with unreadable eyes, and her father sat in cold silence, Autumn whispering urgently in his ear. Finally, as the evening drew to a close, Christopher stood and raised his goblet. The hall fell silent immediately. "To new beginnings," he announced, his golden eyes finding Sherry's, "and to courage in unexpected places." "To new beginnings," the hall echoed, hundreds of voices speaking as one. Sherry lifted her own goblet, her heart pounding. This was really happening. She was really here, sitting beside the Alpha King, drinking wine that probably cost more than her old bedroom in Silver Ridge, wearing a dress fit for royalty. She was free, or at least she was beginning to be. The confrontation came after the feast, as Sherry was making her way back to her rooms with Roseanne. They were walking through a quieter corridor when Autumn appeared, stepping out of the shadows like a vengeful spirit. She wore a dress of pure white, her golden hair cascading down her back, every inch the perfect daughter. "Well, well," Autumn said, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "Look at you, sister dear, playing dress-up with the Alpha King. I almost didn't recognize you without dirt under your fingernails." "Leave her alone, Lady Autumn," Roseanne said firmly, stepping slightly in front of Sherry. "I'm talking to my sister servant. This doesn't concern you." "Actually, it does." Roseanne's small frame somehow projected fierce protectiveness. "She's under the Alpha King's protection, which means anyone who threatens her threatens him. Do you really want to—" "It's fine, Roseanne." Sherry gently moved her aside, facing Autumn directly for the first time in— she couldn't remember how long. "What do you want?" Autumn's beautiful face twisted into something ugly. "I want to know what lies you told to get here. What poison you dripped in the Alpha King's ear to make him think you're worth anything." "I told him the truth, that I found his elite guard dying in a silver trap and saved their lives." "Impossible. You can't even shift. How could you possibly—" Autumn stopped, her eyes widening. "The trap. Oh, gods, you found the trap." The fear in her sister's voice confirmed everything. Sherry felt sick. "You helped set it."
Sherry said flatly. Your perfume was found on the trigger mechanism. You tried to kill the Alpha King.
I didn't. It wasn't.
Autumn's carefully maintained composure cracked. Father said it was just to scare them, to show the Northern Court that they're not untouchable. He said no one would actually die. 33 wolves nearly died. Sherry's voice rose despite her attempts to stay calm. I watched them suffer. I held them while they whimpered in pain. They would have frozen to death in that blizzard if I hadn't found them. But you did find them. You, the useless one, the broken one, somehow managed to save the most powerful wolves in the Northern Territories. Autumn laughed, a bitter sound. Do you know how that makes me feel? I'm the strong one. I'm the one who can shift, who has power, who was supposed to bring honor to our family. And yet you're the one sitting at the Alpha King's right hand. I didn't do it for honor, Sherry said quietly. I did it because they were suffering and I couldn't walk away. Exactly! Autumn's eyes blazed. That's exactly what makes you so insufferable. Your stupid, bleeding heart. Your ridiculous compassion for creatures who would tear you apart without a second thought. You act like kindness is strength, but it's not. It's weakness, and weakness gets you killed. If kindness is weakness, why am I here and you're not? The question hung in the air between them. Autumn's face went white, then flushed with rage. This isn't over, she hissed. Father has plans. The Alpha King thinks he's so clever, but he doesn't know everything. And when those plans come to fruition, you'll be right in the crossfire. The broken little Omega who thought she could play in a world of real wolves. She swept past them, her white dress billowing behind her like a ghost's shroud. Roseanne let out a breath she'd been holding. That was a threat, Sherry finished. She just threatened me. We should tell the Alpha King. No. Sherry shook her head. Not yet. I need to figure out what my father is planning first. If I go to Christopher now, with nothing but my sister's vague threats, it might start a war. There's already going to be a war, Roseanne said gently. Your father tried to assassinate the Alpha King. That's treason, Sherry. There's no coming back from that. She was right, of course. But somehow, despite everything her father had done to her, despite 10 years of neglect and cruelty, Sherry still felt a traitorous flicker of loyalty to the pack that had raised her. Or maybe it was just guilt. Guilt that by choosing to stay in the Northern Court, she'd chosen a side in a conflict that could get thousands of wolves killed. They reached her rooms, and Roseanne helped her out of the dress, replacing it with the soft nightgown. But as Sherry climbed into bed, sleep eluded her once again. She kept thinking about Autumn's words. Father has plans. What plans? What could Silver Ridge possibly do against the might of the Northern Territories? It would be suicide to attack directly. But her father wasn't stupid. Cruel and ambitious, yes, but not stupid. He wouldn't start a war he couldn't win, unless he had allies, unless he'd been building alliances with other packs, other alphas who resented the Northern Court's power, unless the trap hadn't been just about killing Christopher, but about destabilizing the entire Northern Territories. Sherry sat up abruptly, her heart racing. She needed to talk to Christopher. Now. She threw on a robe and slipped out of her rooms, padding barefoot through the silent corridors. She didn't know where Christopher's chambers were, but she could ask a guard. Can't sleep? Sherry spun around to find Christopher leaning against a pillar, still wearing his feast clothes minus the crown. His dark hair was slightly disheveled, his golden eyes reflecting torchlight. I was looking for you, Sherry admitted. Were you? He pushed off the pillar and approached her with that predatory grace. And here I was, looking for you. Seems we both had the same idea. I need to tell you something. About my father and Autumn. About what I think they're planning. Christopher's expression turned serious immediately. Walk with me. He led her through the palace, out onto a balcony that overlooked the mountains. The moon hung full and bright in the sky, painting everything silver. The night air was cold, and Sherry shivered in her thin robe. Without a word, Christopher removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. The garment swallowed her, warm from his body heat, and smelling of pine and smoke, and something uniquely him. "Tell me," he said quietly. So she did. She told him about Autumn's threat, about her father's plans, about her theory that Silver Ridge wasn't acting alone. Christopher listened without interrupting, his expression growing darker with each revelation. "You think there's a conspiracy," he said when she finished. "I think my father is too smart to attack the Northern Territories alone. He must have allies, other packs who want to see your power broken." "You're right." Christopher gripped the balcony railing, his knuckles white.
"I've suspected for months that some of the smaller packs were forming alliances against me, but I had no proof, no evidence that would justify action under the treaty laws. And now? Now I have a trap lined with silver. Now I have your sister's perfume linking Silver Ridge directly to an assassination attempt. Now I have justification." He turned to face her. "But it means war, Sherry, real war. Dozens of packs fighting for dominance, thousands of wolves dead. The peace I've spent 90 years building, shattered." "I'm sorry," Sherry whispered. "If I hadn't saved you, if I'd just let you die in that clearing—" "Don't." Christopher crossed to her in 2 strides, gripping her shoulders. "Don't you dare apologize for saving my life. Don't you dare regret showing compassion. Whatever happens next, whatever war comes, it's not your fault. It's your father's fault, your sister's fault, the fault of every alpha who chose ambition over honor." "But you could have done nothing different." His grip gentined, his hands sliding down her arms. "You are not responsible for other people's cruelty, Sherry. You're only responsible for your own choices. And you chose to save lives when you could have walked away. That's not something to regret. That's something to be proud of." Tears burned in Sherry's eyes. "I don't feel proud. I feel scared." "Good. Fear means you understand the stakes." Christopher pulled her closer until they were standing mere inches apart. "But here's what you need to understand. I'm not letting your father hurt you. I'm not letting anyone hurt you. You're mine to protect now. And I take my responsibilities very seriously." "Yours?" The word came out breathless. "Mine," Christopher confirmed, and there was something possessive, almost primal in his voice. "That connection we felt in the clearing, I've been researching it, consulting with the oldest wolves in my court, reading ancient texts. Do you want to know what I found?" Sherry nodded, not trusting her voice. "There's a legend," Christopher said slowly, "about true mates. Wolves destined for each other, whose souls recognize each other on sight. When true mates touch, their wolves call to each other. The bond can wake dormant beasts, heal old wounds, make the impossible possible." "That's just a legend," Sherry whispered. "Is it?" Christopher took her hand, and that electric heat sparked between them immediately. Sherry gasped as her wolf surged forward in her chest, not shifting, but present, awake, desperate for more of that connection. "Your wolf has been dormant for 10 years, but when I touch you, she wakes up. When we're close, you can feel her, can't you?" "Yes," Sherry admitted. "That's not normal. That's not a life debt or gratitude or politics." Christopher's thumb stroked circles on her wrist, and Sherry's wolf practically purred. "That's fate, Sherry. That's destiny. And it terrifies me because I've lived 93 years believing destiny was just a story we tell ourselves to feel better about the random cruelty of existence. And now? Now I'm starting to think the universe has a twisted sense of humor." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Because of all the wolves and all the territories, my destined mate is the one I saved from dying in a blizzard, the broken Omega from a pack of traitors, the girl who can't shift but somehow has more courage than warriors twice her age." "I'm not your mate," Sherry protested weakly. "I can't be. I'm nobody." "You saved my life. That doesn't make me worthy of— it makes you everything." Christopher cupped her face with both hands, forcing her to meet his burning gold gaze. "And if you think for 1 second that I'm going to let you go, that I'm going to let your father take you back to Silver Ridge, or let any of my political enemies use you against me, then you don't understand how wolves claim what's theirs. I'm not a possession. No, Christopher agreed. You're so much more than that, and that's why this is terrifying. Before Sherry could respond, before she could process the implications of what he was saying, Christopher leaned down and pressed his forehead against hers. The contact sent electricity racing through every nerve, made her wolf howl with recognition and longing. I'm going to court you, Christopher murmured. Properly, with all the respect you deserve, but understand this. I'm also going to protect you, from your father, from the coming war, from anyone who thinks they can hurt you to get to me. You're mine now, Sherry Brennan, even if you don't understand what that means yet. Then he pulled back, leaving Sherry gasping and trembling on the balcony. Get some rest, he said, his voice rough. Tomorrow, your real training begins. And trust me, after tonight, everyone in this court knows you're under my protection, which means the threats will get more subtle. More dangerous. You need to be ready. He walked away before she could respond, leaving her alone with the moonlight and the lingering scent of pine and smoke and destiny. Sherry stood on that balcony for a long time, Christopher's jacket wrapped around her shoulders, her wolf pacing restlessly in her chest. She'd thought leaving Silver Ridge meant escaping drama and danger. Instead, she'd walked straight into the heart of a coming storm, and somehow, impossibly, the Alpha King thought she was his destined mate. Sherry touched her lips, remembering the electric heat of his touch, the way her wolf had responded to his presence. Maybe destiny wasn't just a story after all. Maybe it was the most dangerous truth she'd ever faced. Chapter 5. The Court's Test. Morning came too quickly, and with it, a summons Sherry hadn't expected. She was still half asleep, her dreams full of golden eyes and electric touches, when Roseanne burst into her rooms with unusual urgency. Up, up, up! Roseanne yanked open the curtains, flooding the room with harsh morning light. The Alpha King has called a council meeting and you're required to attend. Sherry sat up, disoriented. Council meeting? But I'm just a healer. Why would I? Because you're also the key witness to an assassination attempt, the daughter of a suspected traitor, and apparently the Alpha King's... Roseanne paused, choosing her words carefully. Let's just say the entire palace is buzzing about how he looked at you last night, and what you two talked about on the balcony afterward. Heat flooded Sherry's cheeks. Someone saw us? Honey, there are guards everywhere in this palace. Privacy is a myth. Roseanne pulled out a dress, simpler than last night's feast gown, but still elegant, in deep burgundy with black embroidery. Now hurry, the council starts in 30 minutes, and you can't be late. Sherry dressed quickly, her mind racing. A council meeting meant the 7-pack alphas would be there, probably Magdalena and other high-ranking court officials, and her father, who was supposed to meet with Christopher this morning. This was it, the moment when accusations would become official, when the fragile peace would shatter, and Sherry would be right in the middle of it. Roseanne worked magic with her hair again, pulling it into a practical but elegant braid. Remember, she said as she worked, you're not Silver Ridge's daughter anymore. You're the Alpha King's healer. You answer to him, not your father. Don't let anyone make you feel small. Easy to say, Sherry muttered, and yet you need to hear it. Roseanne finished the braid and met Sherry's eyes in the mirror. Last night at the feast, you faced down your father in front of the entire court. You were magnificent. Don't lose that strength now. Patrick arrived precisely on time to escort her. He looked grim, his usual warmth replaced by warrior stoicism. Is it bad? Sherry asked as they walked. That depends on your definition of bad. Patrick's jaw was tight. Your father brought evidence to his meeting with the Alpha King this morning, evidence that supposedly proves Silver Ridge had nothing to do with the trap. Sherry's heart sank. What kind of evidence? That's what the council is convening to examine. They turned down a corridor Sherry hadn't explored before, wider, more formal, with portraits of previous Alpha Kings lining the walls. But Sherry, you should know, your father is claiming you're the one who set the trap. The words hit like a physical blow. Sherry stopped walking, her legs suddenly unsteady. What?
He's saying you've been unstable since your wolf failed to emerge, that you've harbored resentment toward Silver Ridge and decided to frame the pack by attacking the Northern Court. He's provided witness statements from pack members describing your erratic behavior and violent tendencies. That's insane. I would never. I know. Patrick's hand settled on her shoulder, steadying. The Alpha King knows too. But your father is clever. He's casting doubt, creating alternative narratives. By the time this council meeting ends, he hopes to walk away with his reputation intact and you labeled as a dangerous, unstable wolf who needs to be returned home for treatment. Sherry's breath came in short gasps. After everything, after saving Christopher's life, after finding the courage to leave Silver Ridge, after one night of feeling like maybe she mattered, her father was going to destroy her. Again. "I can't do this," she whispered. "I can't face him. I can't." "Yes, you can." Patrick turned her to face him, his expression fierce. "Because you're not alone. You have the entire elite guard standing with you. You have the Alpha King's protection, and you have the truth. That's more powerful than any of your father's lies." "But what if they believe him? What if—" "Then we fight." Patrick smiled grimly. "But I don't think it will come to that. Your father made a critical mistake." "What mistake?" "He underestimated you. He thinks you're still the broken girl who accepted whatever cruelty he dealt. He doesn't understand that you've changed, that you've found your strength." Patrick started walking again, and Sherry had no choice but to follow. "Show him what you've become, Sherry. Show the entire council." They arrived at a set of double doors, even more imposing than those leading to the feast hall. Guards stood on either side, massive warriors who regarded Sherry with expressions she couldn't quite read. Respect? Curiosity? Pity? Patrick nodded to them, and they opened the doors. The council chamber was circular, with a domed ceiling painted to show the night sky. A massive round table dominated the center, with seats for perhaps 20 wolves. Most were already occupied. The 7 pack alphas, several court officials, Magdalena sitting with an expression of cold satisfaction, and at the far end, her father. Alpha Raymond sat with his spine straight and his expression carefully neutral, every inch the wronged alpha seeking justice. Beside him sat Autumn, her golden beauty somehow making her look innocent and fragile. She'd clearly been crying. Her eyes were red, her face blotched. The perfect picture of a devastated sister. Christopher sat at the head of the table, elevated slightly above the others. He wore his formal crown and the ceremonial robes of office, midnight blue trimmed with silver. When Sherry entered, his golden eyes found her immediately, and something in his expression steadied her racing heart. "Healer Brennan," Christopher said formally, "please, take your seat." There was an empty chair directly to his right, the position of highest honor, even in council. Sherry walked toward it on trembling legs, feeling every eye in the room tracking her movement. As she passed her father, he spoke quietly enough that only she could hear. "Did you really think you could betray your pack and suffer no consequences?" Sherry didn't respond. She took her seat beside Christopher, folding her hands in her lap to hide their shaking. "Now that we're all assembled," Christopher began, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority, "let us address the matter at hand. 3 nights ago, my elite guard and I were ambushed by a silver trap set in neutral territory. We would have died if not for the courage of one wolf, Healer Sherry Brennan, who saved all 33 of us at great personal risk." "So she claims," Raymond interrupted, "but where is the proof?" "The proof," Christopher said coldly, "is the 33 living wolves who would be dead without her intervention. The proof is the medical techniques she employed, which our own healers have since examined and verified as effective against silver poisoning. The proof is the testimony of every member of my elite guard who remember her treating their wounds while she herself was dying from hypothermia." "Convenient," Raymond replied, "that she happened to find you, that she happened to know exactly how to treat silver poisoning, that she happened to gain your favor through this heroic act." One of the 7 pack alphas, a grizzled older wolf named Van Doyle, leaned forward. "What are you suggesting, Raymond?"
I'm suggesting, Raymond said carefully, that my daughter set the trap herself, that she used it to create a situation where she could save the Alpha King and thereby gain entry to the Northern Court. It's exactly the kind of manipulative behavior she's displayed for years. The chamber erupted in murmurs. Sherry's face burned with humiliation and rage. But before she could defend herself, Christopher's hand settled over hers on the table, a gesture of solidarity that everyone could see. "That's quite an accusation," Christopher said softly. "Do you have evidence to support it?" "I do." Raymond pulled out a leather folder. "I have statements from 15 pack members describing Sherry's increasingly erratic behavior over the past year, her disappearances into the forest, her fascination with poisons and herbs, her violent outbursts when confronted." "I never had violent outbursts," Sherry burst out, unable to stay silent. "I went into the forest because it was the only place I could be alone. I studied herbs because your pack healer refused to treat me. And I never, ever hurt anyone." "You see?" Raymond gestured at her as if her outburst proved his point. "Unstable, emotional. She can't even control herself in a formal council." "She's defending herself against false accusations," Patrick interjected from his position at the table, "as is her right." "Is it?" Autumn spoke for the first time, her voice trembling and weak. "Because from what I understand, she has no rights here. She's not pack, she's not Northern Court. She's just a broken wolf who ran away from her responsibilities." The words stung more than Sherry expected. Maybe because they came from her sister, who'd once, a very long time ago, played with her in the garden and shared secrets in the dark. "She has every right," Christopher said, his voice dropping to a dangerous purr. "Because I've granted her those rights, because she saved my life, because she's under my direct protection. Or do you question my judgment, Lady Autumn?" Autumn paled and looked down. "No, Alpha King. Of course not." "Good." Christopher turned back to Raymond. "Now, let's discuss your evidence. You claim Sherry set the trap, but my investigation found Silver Ridge scent markers near the trap site. We found a piece of cloth with your pack's colors. And we found traces of a very specific perfume, lavender and rose, expensive and distinctive, the kind your eldest daughter wears." The temperature in the room dropped. Every eye turned to Autumn, who'd gone white as snow. That's impossible," Autumn stammered. "I've never been to that part of the neutral territory. Someone must have stolen my perfume or—" "Stolen your perfume, planted Silver Ridge markers, and set an elaborate trap?" Christopher's eyebrows rose. "That's quite the conspiracy theory, almost as unbelievable as suggesting that a broken Omega with no resources and no allies somehow orchestrated an assassination attempt on the most powerful Alpha in the Northern Territories." Magdalena cleared her throat. "If I may, Alpha King?" Christopher nodded, and she continued. "I think we're all dancing around the real question here. Regardless of who set the trap, we need to determine what should be done about Silver Ridge Pack. The evidence suggests they're involved in treason. That demands consequences." "Indeed," Christopher agreed, "which is why I'm proposing the following. Alpha Raymond, you will submit to a formal investigation. Your pack's movements, communications, and activities for the past year will be scrutinized. If evidence is found linking Silver Ridge to the assassination attempt, you will face trial for treason. If no evidence is found," he paused, "then we'll revisit the question of whether your daughter might be involved." It was a trap, beautifully constructed. If Raymond agreed to the investigation, he risked exposing his conspiracy. If he refused, he looked guilty. "That's unacceptable," Raymond said through gritted teeth. "You're asking me to submit to humiliation based on the word of my unstable daughter and circumstantial evidence." "I'm asking you to prove your innocence," Christopher corrected, "unless you believe you can't." The silence stretched tight as a drawn bowstring. Sherry could see her father's mind working, calculating odds, trying to find a way out of the corner Christopher had backed him into. Finally, Van Doyle spoke. "I think the Alpha King's proposal is fair, Raymond. If Silver Ridge is innocent, the investigation will prove it. And if not," he shrugged, "then justice will be served."
One by one, the other pack alphas nodded agreement. Raymond was outnumbered, outmaneuvered, and he knew it. "Very well," Raymond said coldly. "I'll submit to your investigation. But I want assurances that my daughter will be returned to Silver Ridge once her testimony is complete. She's still pack, still under my authority." "No!" Christopher's single word cut like a blade. "Sherry is no longer Silver Ridge pack. She's formally renounced her ties and accepted a position in my court. She stays here." "You can't just steal my daughter." "I'm not stealing anyone. She made a choice. Or are you suggesting she's too incompetent to make her own decisions? Because if that's your position, then how can she be guilty of orchestrating an elaborate assassination plot? You can't have it both ways, Raymond." Sherry watched her father's face cycle through rage, calculation, and finally resignation. Christopher had him trapped completely. "This isn't over," Raymond said quietly, standing. "I'll submit to your investigation. I'll prove Silver Ridge's innocence. And when I do, I expect a formal apology and the return of my daughter." "If you prove your innocence," Christopher replied mildly, "then we'll discuss the return of your daughter, assuming she wants to return, which, given how you've treated her for the past 10 years, seems unlikely." Raymond's eyes flickered to Sherry, and for just a moment she saw something that might have been pain, but it vanished quickly, replaced by cold fury. "Come, Autumn, we're leaving." Autumn stood gracefully, her tears miraculously dried. As she passed Sherry's chair, she leaned down and whispered, "This isn't finished, sister. Father has allies you don't know about, plans you can't imagine. Enjoy your borrowed time in the palace, because soon enough you'll be back where you belong, on your knees, serving your betters." Then she was gone, following their father out of the chamber, leaving Sherry trembling with rage and fear. The council dissolved shortly after, the pack alphas filing out while discussing the coming investigation in hushed tones. Magdalena left with a final, calculating look at Sherry that promised future problems. Soon, only Christopher, Patrick, and Sherry remained in the chamber. "That went better than expected," Patrick said, breaking the silence. "Did it?" Sherry's voice came out higher than intended. "My father just accused me of attempted assassination in front of the entire council. My sister threatened me. And now there's going to be an investigation that could expose a conspiracy involving who knows how many packs. How is any of that better than expected?" "Because," Christopher said calmly, standing and moving to crouch beside her chair, "your father revealed more than he intended. He's scared. He's making mistakes. And scared, desperate alphas are easier to defeat than confident ones." "He's going to hurt me," Sherry whispered. "When this is over, when the investigation finds whatever it finds, he's going to make me pay for siding with you." "No, he's not." Christopher took both her hands in his, that electric heat flooding through her immediately. "Because he's never getting close to you again. I meant what I said last night, Sherry. You're mine to protect now, and I take that responsibility very seriously." "But what if—" "No what ifs." Christopher's thumb stroked circles on her wrists, and Sherry's wolf practically purred at the contact. "Your father is a bully and a coward. He ruled you through fear and manipulation because you were isolated and alone. But you're not alone anymore. You have me. You have Patrick and the elite guard. You have an entire court that witnessed your courage. They witnessed my father call me unstable and violent, and they watched you defend yourself with dignity and honesty." Patrick crouched on her other side. "Sherry, listen to me. I've been in this court for 70 years. I've seen dozens of political maneuvers, hundreds of accusations and counter-accusations. And you know what? The truth has a power that lies can never match. Your father lied in there. Everyone could feel it. But when you spoke, when you defended yourself, that rang true." "Patrick's right," Christopher added. "Your father may have planted seeds of doubt, but he didn't convince anyone. If anything, he made himself look suspicious by being so desperate to discredit you." Sherry wanted to believe them. Desperately wanted to believe that truth and justice would prevail. But she'd spent 10 years learning that the world wasn't fair, that the strong made the rules, and that being right didn't protect you from being hurt. "What happens now?" she asked. "Now,"
Christopher said, standing and pulling her to her feet. "We begin the investigation. I have wolves loyal to me who will examine Silver Ridge's activities. We'll find proof of the conspiracy. And in the meantime, you continue your training and your work as court healer. And you continue being visible," Patrick added. "The more the court sees you, working, training, contributing, the harder it will be for your father to paint you as unstable or dangerous. So I'm supposed to just go on with life while my father plots against me and an investigation happens and war might be coming?" "Yes," Christopher said simply, "because that's what strength looks like, not dramatic gestures or public confrontations, just the quiet courage of continuing forward despite fear." He was right. She knew he was right, but knowing it didn't make it easier. "There's something else," Christopher said after a pause, "something I need to tell you about the investigation." The shift in his tone made Sherry's stomach clench. "What?" "The wolves conducting it will need to question you extensively. About your time in Silver Ridge, about your relationship with your father and sister, about the night you found us in the snow. It won't be pleasant." "They think I might be involved," Sherry realized. "They think I might actually be guilty." "Some of them do," Christopher admitted. "Not everyone in my court trusts you yet. You're the daughter of a suspected traitor, and you appeared at a very convenient time. They need to eliminate you as a suspect before they can fully investigate your father." The betrayal stung, even though Sherry understood the logic. "You told them to question me?" "I ordered a thorough investigation," Christopher corrected. "That means investigating everyone involved, including you. It's the only way to prove your innocence definitively. And if they decide I'm guilty, they won't." Christopher's voice held absolute certainty. "Because you're not. And the evidence will prove it. But Sherry, you need to understand, this is going to be hard. They're going to ask invasive questions, dig into painful memories, challenge your every statement. Can you handle that?" Could she? Sherry thought about the council meeting, about facing her father and sister, about defending herself in front of dozens of powerful wolves. She'd survived that. She could survive this too. "Yes," she said. "I can handle it." "Good." Christopher squeezed her hands once more. "The questioning starts this afternoon. Patrick will be with you. He'll make sure they don't cross any lines. And afterward, I want you to come to my study. We'll talk about what you learned." "What I learned?" "About court politics, about how power really works, about protecting yourself." His smile was sharp. "Consider it part of your training. You wanted to be strong, Sherry. This is what strength looks like in my world. Not physical combat, but mental and emotional resilience." Patrick escorted her back to her rooms, where Roseanne was waiting with lunch and a worried expression. "That bad?" Roseanne asked, taking in Sherry's face. "Worse," Sherry admitted, sinking onto the sofa. "My father accused me of setting the trap, and now I have to undergo formal questioning to prove my innocence." "Oh, honey." Roseanne sat beside her, offering comfort through presence. "I'm so sorry. Your father is well, I won't say what I think he is because it's not appropriate, but I'm thinking very unkind thoughts about him right now." Despite everything, Sherry laughed. "Thank you. I think I need someone thinking unkind thoughts on my behalf." She tried to eat, but food tasted like ash. Her mind kept replaying the council meeting, her father's cold accusations, Autumn's whispered threat. She'd thought leaving Silver Ridge meant escaping her family's cruelty. Instead, she'd just given them new ways to hurt her. The afternoon came too quickly. Patrick arrived precisely on time, his expression grim but supportive. "Ready?" he asked. "No, but I don't think that matters." "It doesn't," Patrick agreed. "But for what it's worth, I believe in you, and I'll make sure the investigators treat you fairly." The questioning took place in a small room deep in the palace's administrative wing. 3 wolves waited inside, 2 males and 1 female, all older, all wearing expressions of professional skepticism. "Healer Brennan," the female said. "I'm investigator Nelda Robertson. These are my colleagues, investigators Billy Holcomb and Guy Knight. We're here to establish a timeline of events and verify your account of what happened 3 nights ago. Please sit." For the next 4 hours, they questioned her relentlessly. About her childhood, about her failure to shift, about how she'd learned to treat silver poisoning, about the exact sequence of events in the clearing, about her relationship with Christopher, about her feelings toward Silver Ridge. They asked the same questions multiple ways, trying to catch inconsistencies. They challenged her on details, pushed her on emotions, demanded to know why she'd made specific choices. It was exhausting, humiliating, and occasionally cruel. But Sherry told the truth, every time, no matter how painful or embarrassing, because she had nothing to hide. "One last question," Nelda said as the afternoon shadows grew long. "Why should we believe you? You're the daughter of an Alpha suspected of treason. You gained tremendous access to the Alpha King through your heroic actions. You have every reason to lie to protect yourself." The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. Patrick tensed beside her, but Sherry held up a hand, stopping whatever protective response he'd been about to make. "You shouldn't believe me," Sherry said quietly. "Not based on my word alone. You should believe the evidence. Test my medical supplies. You'll find they match what I used on the elite guard. Interview pack members from Silver Ridge. They'll confirm I spent hours in the forest gathering herbs. Check with your own healers. They'll verify that my techniques work. The truth doesn't need you to believe me. It just needs you to look." Nelda studied her for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, she smiled. "Smart answer. We'll be in touch with our findings. Thank you for your cooperation, Healer Brennan." Patrick escorted her out, his hand supportive on her elbow. "You did well," he said. "Better than most wolves would under that kind of pressure." "I'm exhausted." "I know, but there's one more thing you need to do today." Patrick steered her toward a different part of the palace. "The Alpha King is waiting in his study. He wants to debrief you." Sherry wanted to protest, to say she couldn't handle one more conversation today. But Christopher had asked for her, and somehow that made her find reserves of strength she didn't know she possessed. Patrick knocked on a heavy oak door, then opened it at Christopher's called permission. The study was smaller than Sherry expected, more intimate. Books lined every wall, floor to ceiling. A massive desk dominated one corner, covered in papers and maps. But Christopher wasn't at the desk. He was standing by the window, looking out at the mountains. He turned as she entered, and his expression softened immediately. "Come here." It wasn't a command, not really, but Sherry found herself crossing the room, drawn to him like a moth to flame. When she reached him, Christopher pulled her into his arms, without hesitation, holding her against his chest. "I'm sorry," he murmured into her hair. "I'm sorry you had to go through that questioning. Sorry your father put you in this position. Sorry that doing the right thing has caused you so much pain." Sherry let herself sink into his embrace, let herself accept the comfort he offered. His warmth surrounded her. His heartbeat steady beneath her ear, and for the first time since the council meeting, she felt safe. "It's not your fault," she said. "Isn't it? I brought you into my court. I made you visible. I put a target on your back." "No, my father put the target there. You gave me somewhere safe to stand while he takes aim." Christopher pulled back slightly, cupping her face with both hands. "You're remarkable, you know that? After everything that happened today, the accusations, the questioning, all of it, you're still standing, still fighting." "I don't feel like I'm fighting. I feel like I'm barely surviving." "That's what fighting looks like sometimes." His thumb traced her cheekbone, and Sherry's wolf stirred at the touch. Just putting one foot in front of the other, just refusing to give up, just continuing to exist despite everyone who wants you gone. "Christopher, I need to tell you something." His golden eyes were intense, burning. "About the investigation, about what we found today." Sherry's heart sank. "Bad news?" "Complicated news." Christopher released her and moved to his desk, pulling out a map. "We sent scouts to examine the trap site more thoroughly. They found evidence of multiple packs' involvement, scent markers from at least 3 different territories.
Silver Ridge was involved, but they weren't acting alone. So there is a conspiracy. A significant one. We're estimating at least 5 packs, maybe more, all working together to destabilize the Northern Territories. Christopher's jaw was tight. Your father is part of it, but he's not the leader. Someone else is orchestrating this. Who? We don't know yet. But Sherry, this is bigger than I thought. This isn't just about your father's ambition. This is an organized rebellion against the Northern Court's authority. And if we don't stop it soon, it's going to explode into open warfare. Sherry sank into a chair, her mind reeling. How many wolves? If all 5 conspirator packs rise up, potentially thousands. Against the 7 loyal packs of the Northern Territories, we'd have numerical advantage, but it would still be devastating. Wolves would die by the hundreds. Christopher came to kneel in front of her chair, taking her hands. But here's the thing. We have an advantage they don't know about. What advantage? You. His smile was sharp, dangerous. You know how your father thinks. You understand Silver Ridge's strengths and weaknesses. You can help us predict their moves, anticipate their strategies. You're the key to ending this conspiracy before it becomes a war. The weight of that responsibility settled over Sherry like a physical burden. People's lives, hundreds, maybe thousands of them, potentially depending on her knowledge, her insights, her willingness to betray her birth pack completely. I don't know if I can do that, she whispered. Yes, you can. Christopher squeezed her hands. Because you're not betraying them, Sherry. They betrayed you first. They betrayed the ideals of pack loyalty and honor. They chose violence and conspiracy over peace. All you're doing is helping to stop them before they hurt innocent wolves. He was right. Logically, Sherry knew he was right. But emotion didn't follow logic. And part of her still felt like a traitor for helping the Northern Court against her own pack. I need time, she said. Time to think. Time to decide what information I'm willing to share. Take all the time you need. Christopher stood, pulling her up with him. But Sherry, don't take too long. Every day we delay is another day the conspirators have to prepare. Another day closer to war. She nodded, not trusting her voice. Christopher walked her to the door, but before she could leave, he caught her hand one more time. One more thing. Tomorrow, you start combat training with the elite guard. Real training, not just basic forms. If war is coming, I want you able to defend yourself. Christopher, I can't fight trained warriors. I can't even shift. Which means you'll have to be smarter, faster, more skilled than wolves who can shift. His expression was fierce. I'm not losing you, Sherry. Not to your father, not to the conspiracy, not to any wolf who thinks they can hurt you to get to me. So you're going to train until you can hold your own against anyone who threatens you. Understood? Understood, Sherry whispered. He leaned down and kissed her forehead, a gesture of affection and protection that made her chest tight with emotions she couldn't name. Get some rest. Tomorrow, your real training begins. That night, Sherry lay in her enormous bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind too full for sleep. Somewhere in the palace, her father was plotting. Autumn was scheming, Magdalena was calculating, and unknown enemies were preparing for war. And Sherry, the broken Omega, the unwanted daughter, held information that could save or doom thousands. Her wolf stirred in her chest, more present than it had been in years. Not fully awake, not able to shift, but aware, waiting, growing stronger with each passing day in Christopher's presence. Sherry closed her eyes and made a decision. She would help the Northern Court. She would give them every piece of information she possessed about Silver Ridge. She would betray her father completely and without reservation. Because Christopher was right. They had betrayed her first. They'd spent 10 years teaching her she was worthless, that she didn't matter, that her pain was irrelevant. Now she'd show them exactly how much damage a worthless wolf could do when she finally stopped caring about earning their approval. Tomorrow, the real fight would begin. And Sherry Brennan was done being the victim. Chapter 6. The Warrior's Path. Dawn broke cold and unforgiving, painting the mountains in shades of gray and silver. Sherry stood in the training yard, watching the elite guard run through their morning drills, and wondered if she'd made a terrible mistake. These weren't ordinary warriors. These were the 32 wolves she'd saved, the best fighters in the Northern Territories, each one capable of taking down multiple opponents without breaking a sweat. They moved with supernatural grace, their practice weapons whistling through the air with lethal precision. And Sherry was supposed to train with them. Second thoughts? Patrick appeared beside her, 2 wooden practice swords in hand. He offered her one, and she took it reluctantly, feeling its weight. 10th or 11th thoughts, actually, Sherry admitted. Patrick, I can't do this. Look at them. They're incredible. Don't. His voice was sharp, cutting through her spiral of self-doubt. Don't finish that sentence. Don't tell me what you can't do. The Alpha King believes you can become a warrior. I believe it. The question is, do you believe it? Sherry looked at the sword in her hand. 3 days ago, she'd been nobody. The broken daughter, the Omega who would spend her life carrying water and scrubbing floors. Now she stood in the Northern Court's training yard, holding a weapon, being offered a chance to become something more. I want to believe it, she said quietly. Then that's where we start. Patrick led her to a training circle away from the main group. Wanting is the first step. Belief comes with practice. Now, show me your stance. For the next hour, Patrick drilled her on basics: how to hold the sword, how to move her feet, how to keep her guard up while maintaining balance. It was exhausting work, made harder by the knowledge that dozens of warriors were watching her fumble through exercises they'd mastered as children. Again, Patrick said, for what felt like the 100th time. You're dropping your elbow. Keep it tight to your body. Sherry adjusted her stance, sweat already pouring down her face despite the cold morning air. Like this? Better. Now strike at my shoulder. Full commitment. She swung, putting everything she had behind the blow. Patrick blocked it effortlessly, but this time he nodded approval. Good. You're starting to trust your body. Most new fighters overthink every movement. You're learning to just move. It doesn't feel like I'm learning anything. It feels like I'm failing repeatedly. Failing is learning. Patrick reset his stance. Every mistake teaches your muscles what not to do. Eventually, the right movements become automatic. Again. They went through the drill 10 more times before Patrick called a break. Sherry collapsed onto a bench, her arms trembling from exertion. Water? A voice made her look up. One of the elite guard, a woman with short black hair and kind eyes, offered her a canteen. I'm Teresa Ramsey. I wanted to thank you properly for saving my life. You don't need to thank me, Sherry said, accepting the water gratefully. I just did what anyone would do. No, you didn't. Teresa sat beside her, close enough that Sherry could see the faint scars on her neck, remnants of silver poisoning. Most wolves would have run for help, would have prioritized their own safety. You stayed. You treated us one by one, even though the storm was killing you. That's not what anyone would do. That's extraordinary courage. I didn't feel courageous. I felt terrified. Courage isn't the absence of fear. Teresa smiled. It's acting despite fear, and you did that. So when I see you struggling out here, when I see you frustrated with your progress, I want you to know, every single one of us is rooting for you. We want you to succeed. The sincerity in her voice made Sherry's throat tight. Thank you. That means more than you know. After the break, Patrick introduced her to weapons drills with the rest of the guard. They paired off, and Sherry found herself facing a massive male wolf named Nicholas Travis, who looked like he could snap her in half without effort. Don't worry, Nicholas said, his voice surprisingly gentle. I'll go easy on you. He did go easy on her. They all did. But even pulling their strikes, even moving at half speed, the elite guard was overwhelming. Sherry found herself on the ground more often than not, her bruises collecting bruises, her confidence eroding with each failed defense. Enough! Christopher's voice cut across the training yard. Sherry looked up to find him striding toward her, still wearing his formal robes from morning court. Everyone, take an early lunch. I'll work with Healer Brennan personally.
The guard dispersed quickly, leaving Sherry alone with Christopher in the training circle. She struggled to her feet, acutely aware of how disheveled she must look, covered in dirt, hair falling out of its braid, face flushed with exertion and embarrassment. "I'm sorry," she started. "I know I'm not progressing as fast as—" "Stop apologizing." Christopher removed his formal robes, revealing simple training clothes underneath. He picked up 2 practice swords. "You're doing exactly what you should be doing. Showing up, trying, failing, trying again. That's how warriors are made." "But I keep losing. I can't block their strikes. I can't—" "You're fighting their strengths." Christopher moved into the circle, his stance deceptively casual. "You're trying to match power with power, speed with speed. That's not your path. You need to fight smarter." "What do you mean?" "Show me." He gestured with his sword. "Attack me, however you want." Sherry raised her practice sword and swung at his shoulder, the same strike Patrick had taught her. Christopher blocked it easily. Again, faster. She struck again, putting more speed behind it. Christopher deflected the blow and tapped her ribs with his sword. Dead. Again. They went back and forth, Christopher blocking or dodging every attack, regularly landing killing blows. Sherry's frustration mounted with each failure, until finally she threw down her sword in disgust. "This is pointless. I'll never be fast enough or strong enough to—" "Exactly." Christopher lowered his own sword. "You'll never beat a trained warrior through raw power. So stop trying. Use your real advantages." "What advantages? I can't shift. I'm smaller and weaker than everyone here." "You're intelligent." Christopher counted on his fingers. "You're observant. You understand anatomy from your medical training. You know where the vulnerable points are. You're patient. You're creative. These are all advantages, if you learn to use them." He picked up her discarded sword and handed it back. "Now, attack me again. But this time don't try to overpower me. Try to outsmart me." Sherry took the sword, her mind racing. Outsmart him. What did that even mean in combat? She feinted toward his left shoulder, then pivoted and struck at his knee instead. A joint, vulnerable, hard to defend while maintaining balance. Christopher's eyes lit up as he blocked the strike. "Better. You're thinking. Again." This time, Sherry combined 3 quick strikes, high, high, low, forcing Christopher to adjust his defense repeatedly. He still blocked everything, but she saw the approval in his expression. "Much better. You're starting to understand. Combat isn't just about strength. It's about reading your opponent, anticipating their moves, exploiting their weaknesses." He reset his stance. "Now defend. I'm going to attack, and I want you to tell me what you notice about my movements." Christopher came at her with a series of strikes, not full speed, but fast enough to challenge her. Sherry struggled to block, her observations scattered by the need to defend. "What do you notice?" Christopher asked, not slowing his assault. You favor your right side," Sherry gasped out, barely deflecting a strike. "Your weight shifts before you attack, and you're leaving your left ribs exposed when you commit to a high strike." "Excellent!" Christopher stopped, breathing slightly harder. "Those are exactly the kinds of observations that will keep you alive. Now, how do you exploit them?" They spent the next 2 hours drilling tactical combat, how to read an opponent's tells, how to create openings, how to use an enemy's momentum against them. It was mentally exhausting in a completely different way than the physical training had been. But Sherry was learning. Really learning. Not just movements, but the chess game that happened beneath every fight. "That's enough for today," Christopher finally said as the sun reached its zenith. "You did well, much better than I expected." "I still lost every exchange. Against the Alpha King, who's been training for 93 years. Did you expect to win?" Christopher's smile was warm. "Sherry, you went from knowing nothing to understanding the fundamentals of tactical combat in 1 morning. That's remarkable progress." "It doesn't feel remarkable." "It never does. Progress feels slow and frustrating from the inside." He wiped sweat from his face with a towel. "But I saw something today that I didn't see yesterday.
You stopped apologizing for taking up space in the training yard. You stopped treating your presence as an inconvenience. That's growth. Before Sherry could respond, a messenger appeared at the edge of the training yard. Alpha King, urgent news from the investigation team. Christopher's expression hardened immediately. Give me a moment to clean up. Sherry, come with me. This concerns you too. They made their way to Christopher's study, where Nelda Robertson waited with a folder full of documents. Her expression was grave. We've completed our preliminary investigation into Healer Brennan, Nelda said without preamble. I'm pleased to report that we found no evidence of her involvement in the assassination attempt. Her story checks out completely. Medical supplies match. Timeline is consistent. Multiple witnesses confirm her activities. She's cleared of all suspicion. Relief flooded through Sherry so powerfully that her knees went weak. Christopher's hand settled on her lower back, steadying her. However, Nelda continued, and that single word made Sherry's relief evaporate, our investigation into Silver Ridge Pack has uncovered something deeply troubling. Alpha Raymond isn't just part of the conspiracy. He's one of its primary architects. We found communications between Silver Ridge and 4 other packs, all discussing the Northern Court problem and various solutions. Show me, Christopher commanded. Nelda spread documents across the desk. Letters, transcribed conversations, witness statements. Sherry looked at her father's handwriting, his words planning violence and betrayal, and felt something inside her break. She'd known, intellectually, that her father was involved. But seeing the evidence, reading his cold calculations about which packs to target and how many wolves would need to die, it made it horrifyingly real. There's more, Nelda said quietly. We found references to an insurance policy, something Silver Ridge has that they believe will force the Northern Court to negotiate rather than fight. We haven't identified what it is yet, but based on the context, she hesitated. We believe it's some kind of weapon, possibly a large cache of silver or knowledge of a vulnerability in Wolfstone Palace's defenses. Or a hostage, Christopher said softly, his eyes on Sherry. Someone whose life could be used to manipulate me. The implication hung heavy in the air. Sherry's hands clenched into fists. You think they're going to try to capture me, use me against you? It's a logical strategy, Nelda admitted. You're the Alpha King's healer, publicly under his protection, and the daughter of the conspiracy's architect. Taking you would give them leverage, while simultaneously removing a potential intelligence source. Then we increase her security, Patrick said from the doorway. Sherry hadn't heard him enter. Double the guards, restrict her movements. No. Sherry's voice was stronger than she expected. No, we don't hide. We use this. Christopher's eyebrows rose. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting we make me look vulnerable. Let my father think he can get to me. When he tries, we capture whoever he sends and get information about the conspiracy directly. Sherry met Christopher's golden eyes. Use me as bait. Absolutely not, Christopher said flatly. Why not? It makes perfect sense. I'm the logical target and because I'm not risking your life. Christopher's voice held an edge of something dangerous. Not for intelligence, not for tactical advantage, not for anything. But no. He crossed to stand directly in front of her, his presence overwhelming. You don't get to volunteer for suicide missions, Sherry. I won't allow it. You won't allow it? Anger flared in Sherry's chest. I thought you wanted me to be strong, to learn to fight, to become more than the helpless Omega, but now you're treating me exactly like my father did, like I'm too fragile and stupid to make my own decisions about risk. The words hung in the air like drawn swords. Patrick and Nelda both found reasons to suddenly be very interested in the documents on the desk. Christopher's jaw worked, his golden eyes burning. When he spoke, his voice was carefully controlled. Patrick, Nelda, give us the room. They left quickly. The door closed with a soft click, leaving Sherry alone with an Alpha King who looked like he was barely restraining himself from either shouting or kissing her. I am not Christopher said with dangerous precision, treating you like your father did. I'm trying to keep you alive long enough to fulfill whatever destiny brought us together. There's a difference. Is there? Because from where I'm standing, you're making decisions about my life without consulting me. You're deciding what risks I can take. You're treating me like something fragile that needs to be protected rather than a person with agency. You are something that needs to be protected. Christopher's control slipped, his voice rising. You're a non-shifting wolf in a world of predators. You've been in my court for 4 days. 4 days, Sherry. And you want to volunteer as bait for assassins? That's not bravery. That's recklessness born from a lifetime of being told your life doesn't matter. The accusation struck home, sharp and true. Sherry felt tears prick her eyes and hated herself for it. Maybe you're right, she said quietly. Maybe I don't value my own life enough. But you know what? At least I'm willing to use myself for something meaningful. At least I'm not sitting safely in a palace while other wolves risk everything to protect me. You saved my life. You've already risked everything. And now I want to help finish what I started. I want to stop my father before he kills hundreds of innocent wolves. Why is that so hard for you to accept? Christopher ran both hands through his hair, a gesture of pure frustration. Because the thought of you in danger makes me want to burn down the entire Northern Territories to keep you safe. Because when I imagine your father getting his hands on you, I see red. Because... He stopped, breathing hard. Because what? Sherry demanded. Because you're mine. The words exploded out of him. Mine to protect. Mine to keep safe. Mine to... He broke off, seeming shocked by his own vehemence. The silence that followed was deafening. Sherry stared at Christopher, her heart pounding so hard she thought it might break through her ribs.
I'm not a possession, she finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. I know that. Christopher's shoulders slumped. I know. But Sherry, you have to understand. This feeling, this need to keep you safe, it's not rational. It's not political. It's something deeper, something primal that I don't fully understand yet. When you talk about putting yourself in danger, every instinct I have screams at me to lock you in the safest room in this palace and never let you out. But you won't do that? No, because you're not a possession, and you deserve to make your own choices. He closed his eyes briefly. But I'm asking you, begging you, to choose to stay safe, to let me handle your father, to trust that I can protect you without putting you in the line of fire. Sherry wanted to agree. Part of her desperately wanted to accept Christopher's protection and let someone else shoulder the burden. But another part, the part that had survived 10 years of abuse, that had saved 33 dying wolves, that had faced down her father in front of the entire court, refused to be sidelined now. I can't do that, she said. I can't hide while other wolves fight my battles. Not anymore. Christopher's eyes opened, and the raw emotion in them made her chest tight. Then we compromise. You don't volunteer as bait, but you do continue training. You learn to defend yourself well enough that if your father does try something, you can hold your own until help arrives. Deal? It wasn't everything Sherry wanted, but it was more than she'd expected. Deal. But Christopher, I need you to understand something. I'm not made of glass. I won't shatter the first time someone threatens me. I'm stronger than you think. I know you are. He crossed the distance between them, cupping her face with both hands. I've seen your strength. I've witnessed your courage. But Sherry, strength doesn't mean facing every danger alone. Sometimes strength is accepting help, accepting protection, trusting that the wolves around you value your life, even if you're still learning to value it yourself. The words cut through her defenses with surgical precision. Because he was right. She didn't value her own life the way she should. 10 years of being told she was worthless had taught her to treat herself as expendable. I'm trying, she whispered, to believe I matter, to believe I'm worth protecting. But it's hard when every instinct says I should sacrifice myself to prove my value. You don't have to prove anything. Christopher's thumbs traced circles on her cheekbones. You're already valuable, already worthy, already enough.
The challenge is making you believe it." Before Sherry could respond, before she could process the intensity of his words or the electric heat building between them, a knock shattered the moment. "Alpha King?" Patrick's voice came through the door. "We have a situation. Border guards just caught 3 Silver Ridge wolves trying to cross into Northern Territory. They're claiming to be refugees seeking asylum." Christopher's expression hardened immediately. He released Sherry and moved to open the door. "Refugees? From Silver Ridge?" "That's what they claim." Patrick's face was grim. 2 males and 1 female. "They say Alpha Raymond is planning something big, and they want out before it happens. But sir, one of them is asking specifically for Healer Brennan." Sherry's blood went cold. "Who?" "She says her name is Edna Graham. Says she's your mother." The world tilted sideways. Sherry gripped the edge of Christopher's desk, her mind racing. Her mother, here, claiming to be a refugee. "It's a trap," Sherry said immediately. "My mother would never betray my father. She's too broken, too afraid. This has to be some kind of trick." "Possibly," Christopher agreed. "Or she's finally found her courage. Either way, we need to investigate. Patrick, have them held in the South Tower. Double the guards. I want them searched, questioned, and kept under constant surveillance. And send word to Nelda. Tell her we might have additional witnesses to the conspiracy." "Should I bring them to Healer Brennan?" Patrick asked. "No." Christopher's hand found Sherry's, squeezing once. "Sherry will decide if and when she's ready to face her mother. Until then, the refugees stay isolated." After Patrick left, Sherry sank into a chair, her mind reeling. Her mother. After everything, after years of silent complicity in Sherry's abuse, Edna had fled Silver Ridge? "What do you want to do?" Christopher asked gently, crouching beside her chair. "I don't know." Sherry's voice came out small, lost. "Part of me wants to see her, to hear what she has to say. But another part—" She trailed off, unable to articulate the tangle of emotions, anger, hope, fear, longing, that the news had stirred up. "You don't have to decide right now. Take time. Think about what you need, what you can handle." Christopher stood, pulling her up with him. "But Sherry, whatever you decide, I'll support you. If you want to see her, I'll arrange it. If you never want to see her again, I'll make sure she stays away. Your choice." "My choice," Sherry repeated, trying to make the words feel real. After so many years of having no choices, the freedom felt almost overwhelming. "Always," Christopher confirmed. "Now you need to eat lunch and rest. This afternoon I have court business, but this evening we're having a private dinner. Just you and me. We need to discuss what comes next, with your father, with the conspiracy, with everything." "A private dinner?" Sherry's heart skipped. "Don't look so terrified." Christopher's smile was warm, almost teasing. "I promise not to bite." "Much." Despite everything, the investigation, her mother's sudden appearance, the weight of coming war, Sherry found herself laughing. It felt good, releasing some of the tension coiled in her chest. "Fine. A private dinner. But Christopher, thank you, for giving me choices, for treating me like my decisions matter." "They do matter. You matter." He walked her to the door, his hand warm against her lower back. "More than you know, more than I probably should admit, given how short a time we've known each other. But there it is." He left before she could respond, striding down the corridor toward the court chambers, leaving Sherry standing in the doorway, her mind spinning with everything that had happened in one morning. The afternoon passed in a blur. Sherry worked in her laboratory, organizing supplies and preparing new batches of the salves that had saved the elite guard. The familiar routine of measuring herbs and mixing compounds calmed her racing thoughts. Roseanne appeared around mid-afternoon with tea and gossip. "The entire palace is talking about your mother," she said, setting down the tray. "Half think she's genuine, half think it's an elaborate trap, and everyone has an opinion about what you should do." "What do you think?" Sherry asked, grateful for a perspective she trusted. Roseanne was quiet for a long moment, considering. "I think mothers are complicated. They can love us and still fail us.
They can be victims and still make us victims too. Your mother stood by while your father abused you for 10 years. That's unforgivable. But, she paused, but maybe she's finally choosing to be brave, and maybe it took watching you walk away to realize what she'd lost. I don't know if that's worth forgiveness, but it might be worth hearing. You're very wise. You know that? I'm really not, Roseanne grinned. I just read a lot of books about complicated family dynamics, occupational hazard of working in a palace full of political intrigue. They talked for another hour, carefully avoiding the topic of Christopher and the private dinner, until finally, Roseanne said, "So, you and the Alpha King, having dinner, alone, that's significant." "It's just dinner," Sherry protested, feeling her cheeks heat. "Honey, the Alpha King doesn't do just dinner with anyone. He's asked you to dine privately. That's a courtship gesture. He's making his intentions clear." "His intentions to what?" "To court you, obviously. To pursue this bond between you." Roseanne's eyes sparkled. "Sherry, do you realize what this means? If the Alpha King claims you as his mate—" "He hasn't claimed me as anything," Sherry interrupted, panic rising. "And even if he wanted to, I'm a broken Omega who can't shift. I can't be the Alpha King's mate. That's ridiculous." "Is it?" Roseanne's expression turned serious. "Because from what I've seen, he looks at you like you hung the moon. Because your wolf wakes up when he touches you, which shouldn't be possible. Because he's more protective of you than he's been of anyone in his 93 years. That doesn't sound ridiculous to me. That sounds like destiny." Sherry wanted to argue, to list all the reasons why she and Christopher couldn't possibly be destined mates. But the words stuck in her throat, because deep down, she felt it too. That pull, that recognition, that sense of rightness when they were together. "I'm scared," she admitted quietly. "Of course you are. Love is terrifying, especially when it comes with an Alpha King attached." Roseanne squeezed her hand. "But Sherry, you've already done the scariest thing. You chose yourself. You left an abusive pack. You saved dying wolves. You stood up to your father in front of the entire court. Compared to that, accepting that someone might actually love you should be easy." "Should be," Sherry echoed. "But it's not. Nothing worth having is easy." Roseanne stood, brushing off her dress. "Now let's get you ready for this dinner, because whether you admit it or not, tonight matters. Tonight might change everything." Chapter 7. The Dinner and the Truth. Sherry had faced down blizzards, silver poisoning, and her father's rage in front of the entire northern court. Yet somehow, preparing for a private dinner with Christopher felt more terrifying than all of those combined. Roseanne had outdone herself. The dress she'd chosen was midnight blue, dark as the evening sky, with silver threading that caught the light like stars. It was simpler than the feast gown, more intimate, with a neckline that suggested rather than revealed, and sleeves that flowed like water when Sherry moved. "You look beautiful," Roseanne said, pinning the final ornament into Sherry's hair, a small silver wolf, its eyes made of tiny amber stones. "Like you belong here, like you were always meant to be standing beside a king." "I'm just having dinner with him. Not standing beside him. Yet." Roseanne's smile was knowing. "Now remember, be yourself. Don't try to be what you think he wants. He's interested in you, Sherry, the real you, the one who saved his life and argued with him in his study and refuses to be treated like glass." A knock at the door made Sherry's heart leap into her throat. But it wasn't Christopher. It was Patrick, looking uncomfortable in formal court attire. "The Alpha King requests your presence in his private dining room," Patrick said with unusual formality. Then his expression softened. "Sherry, I know you're nervous, but Christopher, the Alpha King, he's not the fearsome ruler right now. He's just a wolf trying to court someone he cares about. Try to remember that." "Court?" Sherry's voice came out strangled. "Patrick, this is just dinner to discuss strategy about my father and the conspiracy. He's not. Keep telling yourself that." Patrick's smile was gentle. "Come on, he's waiting." The walk through the palace felt simultaneously too long and too short. Sherry's mind raced with 1,000 anxieties. What if she said something stupid? What if she spilled wine on her dress? What if Christopher realized she was completely out of her depth and regretted bringing her to the Northern Court? They stopped before a door she'd never seen before, smaller than the grand entrances she'd grown accustomed to, made of dark wood carved with intricate wolf designs. "Through here," Patrick said. "I'll be outside if you need anything. But Sherry, you won't need me. Trust yourself. Trust him." He knocked once, then opened the door and gestured for her to enter. The room beyond was nothing like Sherry expected. Instead of a grand, formal dining hall, she found herself in a cozy, intimate space. A fire crackled in a stone fireplace. A small table had been set for two, with candles casting warm light across fine china and crystal glasses. Floor-to-ceiling windows showed the mountains at sunset, painting everything in shades of gold and amber. And there, standing by the windows, was Christopher. He'd changed from his formal court attire into something simpler, dark pants and a shirt of deep forest green that made his golden eyes seem to glow. His dark hair was slightly damp, as if he'd recently bathed. When he turned and saw her, his expression transformed into something that made Sherry's breath catch. "You're beautiful," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "Not that you weren't beautiful before, but this, you take my breath away." Heat flooded Sherry's cheeks. "Thank you. You look very handsome as well." "Very handsome?" Christopher's lips quirked. "Such effusive praise. I'm overwhelmed." Despite her nerves, Sherry laughed. "I'm sorry, I'm not good at this. At compliments and courtship and—" She stopped, realizing what she'd said. "Not that this is courtship. This is dinner. Strategic dinner. About the conspiracy." "Right. Strategic dinner." Christopher moved closer, and Sherry could smell pine and smoke and something uniquely him. "That's definitely all this is. Not me trying to spend time with you away from the court's prying eyes. Not me wanting to know you better without political pressure. Just strategy." "You're mocking me." Gently, he offered his arm. "Come, dinner is ready, and I promise the food is much less intimidating than the conversation we need to have." He led her to the table and pulled out her chair, a gesture of courtesy that reminded her he was royalty, no matter how informal this setting felt. Wine was already poured, and servants appeared with the first course, a delicate soup garnished with fresh herbs. "I dismissed the servants after they brought the food," Christopher explained, taking his own seat across from her. "I thought we could use privacy, real privacy, without guards listening at the door or servants reporting our conversation to Magdalena." "Can they do that? Report our conversations?" "They can and do. Welcome to palace life, where nothing is truly private and everyone is always watching." He took a sip of wine. "But tonight, it's just us. So please, Sherry, relax. You look like you're preparing for battle, not dinner." "I feel like I'm preparing for battle," Sherry admitted, tasting the soup. It was delicious, rich, and warming. "I don't know how to do this, Christopher. I don't know how to sit across from the Alpha King and pretend I'm comfortable." "Then don't pretend. Just be honest." He set down his spoon, his golden eyes intense. "That's what I want from you, Sherry. Not performance, not careful political maneuvering, just honesty. Can you give me that?" Could she? Sherry thought about all the years she'd spent hiding her true feelings, swallowing her pain, pretending she was fine when she was breaking apart inside. The idea of being completely honest with herself, with Christopher, with anyone, was terrifying, but also liberating. "I can try," she said quietly. "Then let me start." Christopher leaned back in his chair, his expression serious. "This afternoon, when we argued about you volunteering as bait, I handled it poorly. I was controlling and dismissive, and I made you feel like I didn't trust your judgment. For that, I apologize." Sherry blinked, startled. "You're apologizing? But you're the Alpha King. You don't have to—" "Being the Alpha King doesn't mean I'm always right, and it definitely doesn't excuse treating you like you're not capable of making your own decisions." He paused. "The truth is, Sherry,
You scare me. I scare you? How is that even possible? Because you make me feel things I've spent 90 years avoiding, protectiveness that borders on possessiveness, fear that if I let you out of my sight, something will hurt you. A connection so intense it makes my wolf howl with recognition every time you're near. He met her eyes. That kind of vulnerability is terrifying for someone who's built his entire existence around control and strength. Sherry's heart pounded against her ribs. Christopher, I don't understand what's happening between us. This bond, this connection, I feel it too, but I don't know what it means. And everyone keeps talking about destiny and true mates, but that's just a legend, isn't it? Is it? Christopher stood and moved to the windows, looking out at the darkening mountains. I've been researching, reading ancient texts, consulting with the oldest wolves in my territories, and Sherry, everything I've found points to the same conclusion. What we're experiencing is a mate bond, a true mate bond, the kind that happens once in 1,000 lifetimes. But that's impossible. I'm broken. My wolf is dormant. How can I be anyone's mate, let alone an alpha king's? Maybe that's exactly why. Christopher turned back to face her. Maybe your wolf has been dormant because it was waiting for the right moment, the right connection, the right mate to call it fully to life. That sounds crazy? Impossible? Too convenient? Christopher's smile was self-deprecating. Trust me, I've thought all those things too. I'm a pragmatic wolf, Sherry. I don't believe in fairy tales or destiny or soulmates, or at least I didn't. But then you appeared in that clearing, dying to save wolves you'd never met, and something in me recognized you. My wolf knew you before my mind could process it. Sherry stood on shaking legs, moving to join him at the windows. What if you're wrong? What if this is just gratitude or trauma bonding or anything else? What if I'm not your mate and we're both just desperate to believe in something magical? Then we're both foolish. Christopher turned to face her fully, his expression raw and open in a way she'd never seen before. But Sherry, I've lived for 93 years. I've met thousands of wolves. I've been propositioned by alphas as daughters, offered alliance marriages, courted by some of the most beautiful and powerful she-wolves in the territories. And none of them, not one, ever made me feel what I feel when I look at you. What do you feel? The question came out as barely a whisper. Christopher reached out slowly, giving her time to pull away, and cupped her face with both hands. The electric heat that sparked between them made Sherry gasp, made her dormant wolf surge forward with desperate longing. I feel like I've been searching for something my entire life without knowing what it was, Christopher said softly. And then I found you, broken and freezing, and too stubborn to stop saving lives even when it was killing you. And suddenly, everything made sense. Every choice I've made, every path I've taken, all of it led me to that clearing. To you. Tears pricked Sherry's eyes. I'm not special, Christopher. I'm just a girl who couldn't walk away from suffering. You're extraordinary, and the fact that you don't see it makes you even more so. His thumb traced her cheekbone. But I understand if this is too much, too fast. If you need time to process what's happening between us, I can wait. I will wait. Because Sherry, whether you believe it or not, you're worth waiting for. The sincerity in his voice, the vulnerability in his eyes, it broke something open inside Sherry. Some dam that had been holding back years of loneliness and longing, and desperate need to be seen, really seen, by someone who mattered. I'm scared, she whispered. Scared of feeling this much. Scared of trusting it. Scared that I'll wake up and realize this was all a dream and I'm still in Silver Ridge. Still broken. Still worthless. You were never worthless. Christopher pulled her closer until they were standing mere inches apart. Your father was wrong. Your pack was wrong. Everyone who told you that you didn't matter was wrong. And I'm going to spend however long it takes proving that to you. Why? The word broke on a sob. Why do you care so much about a broken Omega who can't even shift? Because you're not broken. You're perfect exactly as you are. Christopher's forehead pressed against hers, and the contact sent electricity racing through every nerve. Because when I was dying in that snow, poisoned and freezing, you didn't see the Alpha King or a political opportunity. You saw a suffering wolf who needed help. That kind of pure compassion is rarer than any supernatural power. Christopher. And because, he continued, his voice dropping to something almost reverent, my wolf recognized yours in that clearing. It doesn't care that you can't shift. It doesn't care about your rank or your pack or your father's crimes. It only cares that you're mine, and I'm yours, and nothing else matters. Sherry's wolf howled in her chest, pressing against her consciousness with more force than it had shown in 10 years. Not shifting, not emerging, but present, awake, desperate for this connection. I feel it too, she admitted. My wolf. She's been dormant so long I thought she was dead. But when you touch me, she wakes up. She reaches for you. Because she knows. Christopher's hand slid from her face to her shoulders, his touch gentle but firm. She knows what my wolf knows, that we're meant for this, for each other. But what if my father, what if the conspiracy, what if loving you puts you in danger? Then I'll face that danger gladly. Christopher smiled, fierce and protective. You're not responsible for your father's crimes, Sherry. You're not a liability or a weakness or anything else your mind is trying to convince you of. You're my strength, my courage. The reason I'll win this coming war. Before Sherry could respond, before she could process the enormity of what he was saying, Christopher leaned down and pressed his lips to hers. The kiss was gentle, questioning, giving her every opportunity to pull away. But Sherry didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned into it, her hands coming up to grip his shirt, her wolf singing with joy and recognition, and finally, home. When they broke apart, both breathing hard, Christopher rested his forehead against hers again. I've wanted to do that since the moment I saw you in the courtyard, he admitted, covered in travel dust and looking terrified, but so brave, so impossibly brave. I wasn't brave. I was petrified. Being brave doesn't mean not being afraid. It means doing what needs to be done, despite the fear. He pulled back slightly, his golden eyes searching hers. Sherry, I need you to understand something. This isn't just about a mate bond or destiny or any of that. I'm choosing you, deliberately, fully, with complete awareness of the complications it brings. I'm choosing you, and I'll keep choosing you every single day. Why? The question burst out of her. Why choose me when you could have anyone? A strong she-wolf who can fight beside you, who brings political alliances, who won't be a liability in the coming war. Because none of those she-wolves saved my life when they had nothing to gain from it. Because none of them argued with me in my study, refusing to be treated like glass. Because none of them make my wolf howl with recognition. Christopher's smile was soft, almost wondering. Because you're you, Sherry. And that's enough. That's always been enough. The tears Sherry had been holding back finally spilled over. Christopher caught them with his thumbs, his expression tender. Come here, he murmured, pulling her into a full embrace. Sherry let herself sink into it. Let herself accept comfort from someone who offered it freely, without conditions or ulterior motives. They stood like that for a long moment, wrapped in each other, the dinner forgotten behind them. Sherry could feel Christopher's heartbeat beneath her ear, steady and strong, could smell pine and smoke and home. Finally, Christopher pulled back. We should eat before everything gets cold, and we do actually need to discuss strategy, much as I'd prefer to spend the entire evening kissing you senseless. Heat flooded Sherry's face. I wouldn't object to that plan. No? Christopher's grin was wicked. Good to know, but first, food, then strategy, then... He trailed off meaningfully, and Sherry's stomach fluttered with anticipation. They returned to the table, and servants appeared to clear the soup and bring the main course, roasted venison with autumn vegetables. This time, the food held Sherry's attention. She was ravenous, and everything was delicious. So,
Christopher said after they'd both eaten in comfortable silence for a few minutes. "We need to talk about your mother." The food in Sherry's mouth suddenly tasted like ash. She forced herself to swallow. "What about her?" "She's been asking to see you, repeatedly, insistently." Christopher set down his fork. "The guards say she's been crying, saying she needs to warn you about something."
"That your father is planning something worse than we know?"
"It's a trap,"
Sherry said automatically. "Maybe. Or maybe she's genuine." Christopher leaned back in his chair. "Nelda's team has been questioning her and the other 2 refugees. Their stories are consistent. They claim Alpha Raymond has become increasingly unstable, that he's planning something catastrophic, and that they couldn't be part of it anymore. My mother has never stood up to my father in her entire life. Why would she start now?" "Because she watched you do it. Because you showed her what courage looks like." Christopher's expression was thoughtful. "Sherry, people can change. Sometimes seeing someone we love find their strength inspires us to find our own.
It's possible your mother finally reached her breaking point. Or it's possible my father sent her here specifically to manipulate me, to get close to me so she could, I don't know, poison me, kidnap me, feed information back to Silver Ridge. All of which we've considered. That's why she's being held under guard. That's why every word she speaks is being recorded. That's why I won't let her anywhere near you unless you explicitly want to see her." Christopher reached across the table and took her hand. "But Sherry, if there's any chance she's genuine, if she really does have information about your father's plans, we need to know, and you're the only one who can truly assess whether she's lying." Sherry's chest felt tight. "I don't know if I can face her. After everything she let happen, after 10 years of choosing my father over me." "Then don't. No one is forcing you to see her. If you want, I'll have Nelda question her, extract whatever information she has, and keep her away from you permanently." He squeezed her hand. "Your comfort and safety come first. Always." Sherry closed her eyes, trying to sort through the tangle of emotions. Anger at her mother for years of neglect. Hope that maybe, just maybe, Edna had finally found her courage. Fear that it was all an elaborate trick. Guilt for even considering forgiveness. "I need time," she finally said. "Time to decide what I want, what I can handle. Take all the time you need." Christopher stood and came around the table, pulling her to her feet. "For now, let's forget about conspiracies and mothers and everything else. Just for tonight." "Just for a few more hours. What did you have in mind?" "Dance with me." It wasn't a question, but it wasn't quite a command either. Christopher pulled her close, one hand at her waist, the other holding hers. No music needed, just us. They moved together slowly, swaying in the candlelight. Sherry had never learned formal dancing. Omegas weren't invited to balls or celebrations, but somehow, with Christopher leading, it felt natural, easy. "Tell me something," Christopher murmured against her hair. "Something no one else knows." Sherry thought for a moment. Sometimes when I was treating herbs in the forest, I would talk to my dormant wolf. I would tell her about my day, about the pack's cruelties, about my dreams. I knew she couldn't answer, but it made me feel less alone. "And what did you dream about?" "Freedom. A place where I wasn't defined by what I couldn't do, where someone might see me as valuable just for existing." She looked up at him. "I never imagined it could be real, never thought I'd actually find it." "You didn't find it. You created it." Christopher's hand tightened on her waist. "You made the choice to leave, to save lives when you could have saved yourself, to stand up to your father, to come here. Every single one of those was a choice that led you to freedom. Don't give fate or destiny all the credit. Give yourself some, too." They continued dancing as the candles burned lower, as the moon rose outside the windows, as the palace settled into evening quiet. Finally, Christopher walked her back to her rooms, his hand warm against her lower back. At her door, he paused. "Thank you for tonight, for your honesty. For giving this us a chance." "Thank you for choosing me," Sherry whispered, "even though it makes no logical sense. Love rarely does." Christopher leaned down and kissed her again, this time with more passion, more certainty. When he pulled back, his eyes were molten gold. "Sleep well, Sherry. Tomorrow we continue your training. And tomorrow night, we'll discuss what to do about your mother. But tonight, just know that you're safe, protected, valued." "Christopher?" Sherry called as he started to walk away. "Yes?" "I'm choosing you too, just so you know." His smile could have lit the entire palace. "I know. I felt it in the way you kissed me back." After he left, Sherry entered her rooms to find Roseanne waiting with a knowing grin. "So," Roseanne said, "how was your strategic dinner about the conspiracy?" "We barely discussed the conspiracy," Sherry admitted, her face heating. "I'm shocked. Truly. Who could have predicted that?" Roseanne's eyes sparkled. "Tell me everything, and don't leave out a single detail." So Sherry did. She told Roseanne about the kiss, about Christopher's declaration, about the dance and the promises, and the overwhelming feeling of being chosen by someone who could have anyone. "This is it," Roseanne said when she finished, her expression almost awed. "You're going to be the Alpha King's mate, the queen of the Northern Territories. We're not mated yet, we're just exploring this bond. Honey, the way he kissed you, the way he looks at you, that wolf isn't exploring. He's already claimed you in his heart. The formal mating is just a technicality at this point." Could it be true? Could Sherry, the broken Omega, the unwanted daughter, really become the Alpha King's mate? It seemed impossible, absurd, like a fairy tale that couldn't possibly be real. But then, a week ago, she'd been preparing for her Omega ceremony. And now she was training with elite guards, living in a palace, and being courted by the most powerful wolf in the Northern Territories. Maybe impossible things happened more often than she'd thought. The nightmare came in the darkest hours before dawn. Sherry found herself back in Silver Ridge, but everything was wrong. The pack house was burning, flames licking at the walls, smoke choking the air. She ran through corridors, searching for something, someone, though she couldn't remember what. Then she found him. Christopher, lying in the snow just like in the clearing, but this time with silver wire wrapped around his throat. This time, dying. This time, with her father standing over him, smiling. "Did you really think you could betray your pack?" Raymond's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. "Did you think there wouldn't be consequences?" Autumn appeared beside him, her golden beauty twisted into something cruel. "You're weak, sister. You always have been. And weakness gets everyone around you killed." Sherry tried to run to Christopher, tried to save him, but her body wouldn't move. She could only watch as the silver tightened, as the light faded from his golden eyes, as her father laughed. She woke with a gasp, sweat soaking her nightgown, her heart racing. For a moment, she didn't know where she was. Then reality crashed back. She was safe, in the northern court, in her rooms. It had been a dream, just a dream, but it felt like a prophecy. Sherry couldn't go back to sleep after that. She wrapped a robe around herself and moved to the windows, looking out at the sleeping palace. Somewhere out there, her mother was being held under guard. Her father was plotting in Silver Ridge. War was coming, inevitable and terrible. And Christopher thought she was his mate, thought she could stand beside him, be his queen, help him rule the Northern Territories. The responsibility of it was crushing. What if she failed? What if her presence here really did make Christopher vulnerable? What if her nightmare was right, and loving her would get him killed? A soft knock made her spin around. Patrick stood in the doorway. He must have heard her moving around. "Couldn't sleep?" he asked gently. "Nightmare," Sherry admitted. "About your father?" "About everyone I care about dying because I'm too weak to protect them." Patrick entered the room and moved to stand beside her at the window. "You know what the Alpha King told me this evening, after he returned from dinner with you?" Sherry shook her head. "He said, 'Patrick, I finally found her. After 90 years of searching without knowing what I was looking for, I've found her, and I'm terrified.'" Patrick's smile was gentle. "Even the strongest wolf alive is scared of love, Sherry. It's not weakness,
It's humanity. But what if I'm not strong enough for this? For him? You saved his life when 32 trained warriors couldn't.
You stood up to your father in front of the entire court. You're learning combat despite never having held a weapon before. Patrick put a hand on her shoulder. Sherry, you're stronger than you know. You just need to start believing it. I'm trying. I know, and that's enough. He squeezed her shoulder once. Now try to get some rest. Tomorrow we're introducing you to weapons training. The Alpha King wants you learning daggers. They'll suit your size and speed better than swords. After Patrick left, Sherry crawled back into bed. This time, sleep came easier, and when she dreamed, it wasn't of death and fire. It was of golden eyes and gentle hands and a voice whispering, "You're mine, and I'm yours, and nothing else matters." Maybe that was enough to fight for. Maybe that was worth the fear. Chapter 8. The Mother's Confession. Morning came with unexpected news. Sherry was barely awake, still groggy from her nightmare-disrupted sleep, when Roseanne burst into her rooms with unusual urgency. "You need to get dressed, now." Roseanne was already pulling clothes from the wardrobe, practical leather pants and a sturdy tunic. "Your mother collapsed an hour ago. She's in the medical wing, and she's asking for you. Only you." Sherry's stomach dropped. Collapsed? What happened? The healers aren't sure. She just fell unconscious during questioning. When she came to, she was screaming your name, saying she needed to tell you something before it was too late. Roseanne helped Sherry dress with efficient movements. "The Alpha King is already there. He sent me to wake you." "Is it a trick?" "Is she faking to manipulate me?" "The healers say her distress is genuine, but Sherry, you don't have to go. Christopher made that very clear. If you're not ready, I need to go." Sherry's voice was steadier than she felt. "If she really does have information about my father's plans, we need it. And if this is her dying, I need to face her, one way or another." The medical wing was in the eastern section of the palace, a series of rooms designed for healing with large windows to let in natural light. Sherry had been there once before, cataloging supplies for her work as court healer, but never like this, never as a visitor to her own mother. Christopher met her in the corridor outside the room, his expression grim. "She's stable now, but barely. The healers think it might be poison, something slow-acting that's been in her system for days." "My father," Sherry said with certainty. "He knew she'd try to escape. He poisoned her before she left. That's what we suspect." Christopher took her hand, his touch grounding. "Sherry, you don't have to do this. We can wait until she's stronger, or I can question her myself." "No," she asked for me. "And if she's dying—" Sherry took a deep breath. "I need to hear what she has to say, even if it hurts, even if it's all lies." Christopher squeezed her hand once, then opened the door. The medical room was sparse but clean, with a single bed positioned near the window. Edna Graham lay in that bed, and Sherry barely recognized her. Her mother had always been tired, worn down by years of servitude to a cruel alpha. But this was different. This was a woman being consumed from within. Her skin had a gray pallor, her breathing was labored, and when she opened her eyes at the sound of the door, they were clouded with pain. "Sherry," Edna's voice was barely a whisper. "You came." Sherry approached the bed slowly, every instinct screaming at her to run. This was the woman who'd stood by silently while Raymond destroyed his youngest daughter's spirit. The woman who'd chosen her own comfort over protecting her child. The woman who'd let Sherry believe she was worthless for 10 years. But she was also the woman who'd sung lullabies when Sherry was small, who'd taught her to read and write, who'd sometimes looked at her with something that might have been love, before fear and resignation crushed it completely. "I'm here," Sherry said, stopping beside the bed but not reaching out to touch. "Christopher said you have information about Father's plans." "Always so pragmatic." A weak smile crossed Edna's face. "You get that from me, you know. Your father is all passion and rage, but you and I, we're survivors. We do what needs to be done. What needs to be done right now is for you to tell us what you know about the conspiracy, before whatever poison Father gave you finishes its work." Edna flinched, as if struck. "You always were perceptive.
Yes, your father poisoned me. All three of us who fled. We're all dying. He couldn't risk us betraying him, so he ensured we wouldn't live long enough to be useful. Christopher stepped forward, his expression dark. Then talk quickly. Tell us everything while you still can. The trap was just the beginning. Edna's breathing grew more labored. Raymond has been building alliances for 2 years. 5 packs at first, but now it's more. 7, maybe 8. All of them united by one goal: destroy the Northern Court and divide its territories among themselves. We know this, Christopher said impatiently. What we don't know is when they plan to strike, or what their insurance policy is. The insurance is Autumn. Edna's eyes found Sherry's. Your father has been training her for months, teaching her to resist compulsion, to lie convincingly, to infiltrate and sabotage. He sent her to the feast specifically to get close to you, to earn your trust so she could strike when you were vulnerable. Sherry's blood turned to ice. Autumn was at the feast. She threatened me afterward. Because you weren't supposed to survive this long. Edna's hand reached out weakly, and Sherry instinctively pulled back. The hurt in her mother's eyes was unmistakable. Raymond planned for the Alpha King to die in that trap. When you saved him, you ruined everything. Now Father's scrambling to adapt, and Autumn is his best weapon against you. Why me specifically? Sherry demanded. Why not go after Christopher directly? Because Raymond knows the Alpha King cares about you, saw it in how he looked at you during the council meeting. Your father may be cruel, but he's not stupid. He recognizes a mate bond when he sees one. Edna coughed, a wet, painful sound. If they can't kill the Alpha King directly, they'll destroy him by destroying you, take away his mate, and you take away his will to fight. That's the real plan. Christopher's hand settled on Sherry's shoulder, protective and possessive. Then they've already failed. Sherry is protected here. Autumn can't get to her. Can't she? Edna's smile was bitter. Alpha King, you don't understand how thoroughly Raymond has planned this. He has wolves inside your court, servants who report to him, guards he's bribed, maybe even someone in your inner circle. I don't know who, but I know they exist. The implications hung heavy in the air. If Raymond had infiltrated the Northern Court, then nowhere was truly safe. Anyone could be a threat. Who are these infiltrators? Christopher's voice had gone dangerously soft. Names, positions, anything you know. I don't have names. Raymond kept that information from me. Edna's breathing grew more shallow. But I know the plan. They're going to stage something during the full moon celebration next week. Some kind of attack or sabotage that will force you to respond, that will pull your attention away from Sherry. And while you're distracted, Autumn will strike. Then we cancel the celebration, Sherry said immediately. You can't. Christopher's jaw was tight. The full moon celebration is sacred. All 7-pack alphas attend with their courts. If I cancel it without ironclad proof of a threat, it will look like I'm afraid, like I'm weak. It could fracture the alliances that hold the northern territories together. So we're just supposed to walk into a trap? We're supposed to be ready for it. Christopher's hand squeezed her shoulder. We know it's coming now. We can prepare, set our own counter traps, turn their plan against them. There's more. Edna's voice was fading, growing weaker with each word. The poison Raymond gave me, he's planning to use it on a larger scale. He's acquired enough of it to contaminate Wolfstone Palace's water supply. Not enough to kill everyone, but enough to weaken your forces before the attack. Make your warriors sluggish, your healers unable to help. Sherry's mind raced. What poison? What are the symptoms? Nightshade derivative, slow-acting, hard to detect, causes weakness, confusion, eventual organ failure. Edna coughed again, harder this time. Blood flecked her lips. The antidote is... Mother? Sherry leaned forward despite herself. What's the antidote? But Edna's eyes were closing, her breathing becoming irregular. The healers who'd been standing quietly in the corner rushed forward, checking her pulse, her breathing, administering medicines. She's fading, one healer said grimly. The poison's reaching her vital organs. We might have hours, maybe less. Can you save her? Sherry asked, surprised by the desperation in her own voice. We can try, but without knowing the exact poison formulation, we're guessing at treatments. Sherry moved to the medical supplies without thinking, her healer's training taking over. Nightshade derivative. That means belladonna base, probably mixed with something to slow absorption. We need activated charcoal to bind the poison, milk thistle to protect the liver, and... She paused, remembering something from her studies. Wolfsbane. Small doses of wolfsbane can counteract nightshade in wolf metabolism. The healer stared at her. Wolfsbane is poison to our kind. In large doses, yes. But in microdoses, it can neutralize other toxins. I've read about it in the old texts. Sherry was already mixing compounds, her hands steady despite her racing heart. We have nothing to lose. She's dying anyway. Christopher watched her work, his expression unreadable. Finally, he nodded to the healers. Do what she says. If anyone can save her mother, it's Sherry. For the next hour, Sherry fought to keep her mother alive. She administered the antidote she'd created, monitored vital signs, adjusted dosages based on Edna's response. The healers assisted, following her instructions with increasing respect. And slowly, impossibly, Edna stabilized. Color returned to her cheeks. Her breathing became easier. When she opened her eyes again, they were clearer. You saved me, Edna whispered, looking at Sherry with wonder. After everything I did, everything I didn't do, you saved me. I'm a healer, Sherry said, her voice tight. I save lives, even lives that probably don't deserve saving. The words hung between them, sharp and cutting. Edna flinched but didn't look away. You're right. I don't deserve saving. I don't deserve your forgiveness or your kindness or even your presence here. Tears leaked from the corners of Edna's eyes. I was a coward, Sherry. For 10 years I was a coward. I watched your father destroy you piece by piece, and I did nothing. I told myself I was protecting Autumn, that if I kept him happy with me, he'd be less cruel to you. But that was a lie I told myself to justify my weakness. Mother, no, let me finish. I need to say this while I still can. Edna struggled to sit up, and Sherry instinctively helped her, hating herself for the gesture, but unable to stop. When you left, when you chose to save the Alpha King and abandon Silver Ridge, something broke open inside me. I watched you walk away from everything, your pack, your family, your only home, because you'd finally found the courage I never had. And I realized I had to make a choice. Keep being Raymond's victim, keep enabling his cruelty, or finally stand up. Finally, do something right. So you fled? Knowing he'd poisoned you? Knowing you'd die? I fled because dying while doing the right thing is better than living as a coward. Edna reached out tentatively, and this time Sherry didn't pull away when her mother's hand touched hers. I came here to warn you, to give you information that might save lives, to finally protect my daughter the way I should have been protecting her all along. The tears Sherry had been holding back spilled over. She was furious at her mother, furious at 10 years of neglect and complicity and choosing the easy path over protecting her child. But she was also relieved that maybe, just maybe, her mother actually loved her, that the failure had been fear, not indifference. I don't forgive you, Sherry said through her tears. I can't. Not yet. Maybe not ever. What you let happen to me, what you watched happen, it broke something inside me that might never fully heal. I know. Edna squeezed her hand weakly. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm just asking you to know that I see you now. I see how extraordinary you are, how strong, how brave, Ressa. Everything I should have been and wasn't, and I'm so proud of you. Mother, Sherry's voice broke. Let her rest. Christopher's hand settled on Sherry's shoulder again. She needs to recover her strength, and we need to discuss what she's told us. Sherry nodded, gently extracting her hand from her mother's grip. As she turned to leave, Edna spoke one more time.
Sherry, the antidote to the water supply poison, it's the same thing you just used to save me. You already know how to counter Raymond's plan. You can save everyone. Outside the medical room, Sherry collapsed against the wall, her emotions overwhelming. Christopher gathered her into his arms without a word, just holding her while she cried, for her mother, for herself, for the lost years that could never be reclaimed. "You saved her," Christopher murmured into her hair. "You didn't have to, but you did. I'm a healer. I couldn't just let her die." "It was more than that. You gave her a chance at redemption." Christopher pulled back to look at her face. "That takes a special kind of strength, Sherry. The strength to extend mercy to someone who hurt you." "I don't feel strong. I feel shattered." "You can be both." He wiped tears from her cheeks. "Come, we need to assemble the council. Your mother's information changes everything." The emergency council meeting convened within the hour. The 7 Pack Alphas, Christopher's inner circle, Magdalena, and key court officials all gathered in the council chamber. This time, no one questioned Sherry's presence at Christopher's right hand. "We have credible intelligence about the conspiracy's plans," Christopher began without preamble. He outlined everything Edna had revealed: the planned attack during the full moon celebration, the infiltrators in the court, the poisoned water supply. The chamber erupted in angry voices, demands for immediate action, accusations about who might be the infiltrators, panic about the poison threat. "Silence!" Christopher's command cut through the chaos. "We will address each threat systematically. First, the water supply. Healer Brennan?" Sherry stood, her heart pounding. All eyes turned to her, some supportive, some skeptical, some openly hostile. "I can create enough antidote to protect the palace," she said, forcing her voice to remain steady. "The poison is nightshade-based, and I've already successfully treated one victim. With the supplies in the medical wing and my personal laboratory, I can produce enough antidote for everyone in the court within 3 days." "3 days?" Van Doyle, the grizzled Pack Alpha, frowned. "The full moon celebration is in 7 days. That cuts it close. It's the best we can do unless you want to risk the entire palace being poisoned." Sherry met his gaze directly. "I'll work around the clock if necessary. I'll train other healers in the preparation so we can work in shifts. But this is possible." "Then make it so," Christopher said. "You have whatever resources you need. Healers, assistants, supplies, anything. This takes priority over everything else." "What about the infiltrators?" Magdalena asked, her voice cool and calculating. "If we have traitors in the court, they could sabotage the antidote production." "Or worse." "Then we restrict access," Patrick said. "Only wolves we absolutely trust get near the laboratories. Everyone else is kept under observation." "And how do we determine who to trust?" one of the Pack Alphas demanded. "If Raymond's infiltrators are that well hidden, any of us could be compromised." The paranoia was spreading. Sherry could see it. Soon, wolves would be suspecting each other, fracturing the very unity they needed to survive. "We trust action over words," Christopher said firmly. "Anyone who actively works to protect the court, who contributes to the antidote production, who fights for our survival. Those wolves prove their loyalty through deeds. The infiltrators will reveal themselves by their sabotage attempts." "So we're using the antidote production as a trap," Nelda Robertson said, catching on. "Anyone who tries to interfere or sabotage identifies themselves as an enemy." "Exactly." Christopher's smile was sharp. "The infiltrators don't know that we know about the poison plot. They'll assume they're operating in secret. When they try to act, we'll be ready." The plan took shape over the next hour. The antidote production would be heavily publicized within the palace, making it seem routine rather than urgent, so as not to alert the infiltrators that their plan had been exposed. Guards would be positioned strategically, watching without seeming to watch. And Sherry would work openly in her laboratory, making herself visible, making herself a target. "Absolutely not," Christopher said when that last part was proposed. "We're not using Sherry as bait." "It's the logical strategy," Sherry argued. remembering their previous fight about this. The infiltrators will try to stop the antidote production. That means they'll come after me. If we're prepared for it, we can catch them. Or they could kill you. They could try. Sherry's hand moved to her hip, where she'd started carrying one of the daggers from training. But I'm not defenseless anymore. You've been teaching me to fight. Patrick's been drilling me on defensive tactics. And I'll have guards nearby. This is exactly what we discussed, using myself strategically while being protected. Christopher looked like he wanted to argue further, but Van Doyle interrupted. The girl makes sense, Alpha King. We need to draw out the traitors before the full moon celebration. If they strike during the celebration, the chaos could kill hundreds. Better to force their hand now, in a controlled situation. The debate raged for another 30 minutes before Christopher finally, reluctantly agreed. But the look he gave Sherry promised a private conversation later. As the council dispersed, Christopher pulled her aside. My study. Now. His tone brooked no argument. Sherry followed him through the palace, noting how his shoulders were tense, his movements sharp with barely contained emotion. Once in his study with the door closed, Christopher rounded on her. What were you thinking? Volunteering yourself as bait in front of the entire council? After we agreed you wouldn't take unnecessary risks? We agreed I wouldn't volunteer without proper protection, Sherry corrected. This is different. This is controlled. Strategic. This is you still believing your life matters less than everyone else's. Christopher's voice rose, his control slipping. You're willing to risk everything because some part of you still thinks you're expendable, still thinks you need to prove your worth through sacrifice. The accusation struck home because it was true. Sherry had volunteered partly out of tactical reasoning, but also because deep down, she still struggled to believe she was worth protecting. Maybe you're right, she admitted quietly. Maybe I am still broken in that way. But Christopher, I'm also genuinely the best person for this role. I'm the healer creating the antidote. I'll be in the laboratory anyway. Having me there, visible, gives us the best chance of drawing out the traitors before they can do real damage. I don't care about tactics right now. I care about you. Christopher crossed to her, gripping her shoulders. Sherry, you are not expendable. You are not a tool to be used in this war. You are my mate, or you will be, once you fully accept it. And the thought of you in danger makes me want to destroy everything that threatens you. I know, and I love that you want to protect me. But Christopher, I'm not asking for permission. I'm telling you what I'm going to do, because you were right. I need to make my own choices, even when they scare you. For a long moment, they stared at each other, the tension crackling between them. Then, surprisingly, Christopher laughed. A rough, frustrated sound. You're going to be the death of me. You know that? My stubborn, courageous, impossible mate who insists on walking into danger with her eyes wide open. Your mate, Sherry repeated, her heart skipping. You said I'll be your mate. Of course you will. Christopher pulled her closer, his forehead pressing against hers. Did you think one dinner and a few kisses would change my mind? Sherry, I've waited 93 years for you. I'm not letting you go. Not to your father, not to traitors, not to your own self-sacrificing instincts. You're mine. And you're mine, Sherry whispered, finally accepting the truth of it. Which means you don't get to make all the decisions about my safety. We're partners, equals. You need to trust that I know what I can handle. I'm trying. Christopher's hands slid down her arms to intertwine with her fingers. But you have to understand, the mate bond makes rational thought difficult. Every instinct I have screams to keep you locked in this palace where nothing can hurt you. Fighting those instincts to respect your autonomy is challenging. Then we'll both challenge ourselves. You'll trust me to make smart decisions, and I'll trust you to protect me when I need it. Sherry squeezed his hands. Deal? Deal. Christopher kissed her forehead, then her nose, then finally her lips. A sweet, lingering kiss that made her wolf sing. Now let's talk logistics. If you're going to insist on this plan, then we're going to make absolutely sure you're protected." They spent the next hour planning every detail: where guards would be positioned, what signals Sherry would use if she felt threatened, escape routes from the laboratory, protective enchantments that could be placed around her workspace. Christopher was thorough to the point of obsession. But Sherry understood. This was his way of accepting her choice while still exercising what control he could. "One more thing," Christopher said as evening approached, "about your mother. What do you want to do with her?" Sherry had been avoiding thinking about Edna, but now she forced herself to confront it. "She stays here, recovering, under guard, in case this is still some elaborate deception. But she gets proper care. And once she's strong enough, I'll talk to her again, really talk about everything." "You're considering forgiving her?" "I'm considering understanding her." Sherry moved to the window, looking out at the mountains. "I don't know if I can forgive what she let happen, but I can try to understand why. And maybe that's enough for now." Christopher came to stand beside her, his presence warm and solid. "You're extraordinary. You know that?" "You keep saying that." "Because it keeps being true." He wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her close. Most wolves would want revenge on a parent who failed them so completely. But you're choosing compassion, choosing to see her as a whole person, flaws and all. That's rare, Sherry. That's special. Or it's just me being too soft, too willing to let people hurt me. It's you being strong enough to extend mercy from a position of power rather than weakness. There's a difference. Christopher kissed her temple. But you don't have to decide about your mother tonight. Right now, you need food and rest. Tomorrow, you start working on the antidote, and that means you need to be at full strength. He was right. The emotional weight of the day had left Sherry exhausted. She let Christopher walk her back to her rooms, where Roseanne waited with dinner and a knowing smile. "Eventful day?" Roseanne asked after Christopher left. "You could say that." Sherry collapsed onto the sofa. "I saved my mother's life, learned about a conspiracy to poison the palace, volunteered as bait to catch traitors, and had a fight with Christopher about letting me take risks. Just another normal day in the life of the future Alpha Queen." Roseanne set out food. Roasted chicken and vegetables. "Eat! You look like you're about to fall over." As Sherry ate, Roseanne chatted about palace gossip, carefully avoiding anything too heavy. It was exactly what Sherry needed. Normalcy, friendship, a reminder that life existed beyond conspiracies and wars and impossible mate bonds. That night, lying in bed, Sherry thought about everything that had happened. In the span of 1 week, her entire existence had transformed. She'd gone from nobody to somebody, from broken to healing, from worthless to valued. But the biggest change was internal. She was finally starting to believe, really believe, that she deserved good things, that her life had value beyond what she could do for others, that being loved wasn't something she had to earn through sacrifice. Tomorrow, she would begin the work of saving the palace. She would create the antidote, draw out the traitors, and play her part in the coming conflict. But tonight, she let herself simply exist. Simply be Sherry Brennan, not the Omega, not the healer, not the Alpha King's mate. Just herself. And for the first time in her entire life, that felt like enough. Chapter 9. The Traitors Reveal. The laboratory became Sherry's world for the next 3 days. She worked from dawn until long past midnight, grinding herbs, mixing compounds, testing formulas. The antidote was complex. Too much wolfsbane, and it would poison rather than cure. Too little, and it wouldn't counteract the nightshade. Every batch had to be precisely calibrated, tested on small amounts of the actual poison Edna's body had processed, adjusted until it worked perfectly. Other healers assisted under her direction, mostly younger wolves eager to learn from the girl who'd saved the Alpha King's life. They measured and mixed and bottled, their hands steady under Sherry's watchful eye. And through it all, Sherry felt the weight of being watched. Not just by the guards Christopher had positioned around the laboratory, those were obvious, protective, welcome, but by others.
She'd catch glimpses of movement in corridors that should be empty, feel eyes on her back when she worked late into the night, hear whispers that cut off abruptly when she entered a room. The infiltrators were watching, waiting for their moment to strike. "You look exhausted," Teresa Ramsey said on the afternoon of the second day. She'd been assigned as Sherry's primary guard, a decision Christopher had made personally. "When's the last time you slept more than 3 hours?" "Sleep is less important than finishing the antidote." Sherry measured out another portion of activated charcoal. "We need enough for every wolf in the palace by tomorrow night. That's still another 100 doses. And you'll be useless if you collapse from exhaustion." Teresa took the measuring spoon from Sherry's hand. "Take a break. Walk around. Get fresh air. I'll watch the laboratory." "But that's an order from the Alpha King, actually." Teresa's smile was gentle but firm. "He said if I let you work yourself to death, he'd have my head. So please, for my sake if not yours, take 30 minutes. Sherry wanted to argue, but her vision was starting to blur from staring at precise measurements for too long. Maybe a short break would help. She stepped out of the laboratory into the corridor, immediately feeling the cool air on her flushed face. The medical wing was quieter during afternoon. Most injuries happened during training or patrol, which meant mornings and evenings were busiest. Sherry wandered without conscious direction, her feet carrying her through familiar corridors until she found herself in the garden courtyard. It was one of her favorite spots, a hidden gem in the palace's eastern wing, with flowering plants that somehow thrived year-round despite the mountain cold. She sat on a stone bench beside a fountain, letting the sound of running water soothe her frayed nerves. 3 days of non-stop work, 3 days of waiting for an attack that hadn't come. Maybe the infiltrators had realized their plan was exposed. Maybe they'd fled back to Silver Ridge. Or maybe they were just being patient, waiting for the perfect moment when Sherry's guard was down. Beautiful, isn't it? A voice made Sherry turn. Magdalena stood at the garden entrance, elegant in a dress of deep purple. "I come here when court politics become overwhelming. Something about the flowers makes the scheming feel less significant." "High Priestess," Sherry stood, not quite trusting the woman who'd been so hostile during their first meeting. "I didn't mean to intrude on your space." "You're not intruding. This garden belongs to everyone." Magdalena moved closer, her ice-blue eyes assessing. "I wanted to thank you, actually, for what you're doing with the antidote. My sister works in the palace kitchens. She would have been one of the first exposed if the water supply had been poisoned." The admission surprised Sherry. She'd thought of Magdalena as purely political, calculating every move for advantage. But genuine concern for a sister? That was human, vulnerable. "I'm just doing what any healer would do," Sherry said. "No, you're doing what an extraordinary healer would do. Most would have focused on protecting themselves and the highest-ranking wolves first. You're creating enough antidote for everyone, servants, guards, even prisoners in the cells." Magdalena sat on the bench, gesturing for Sherry to join her. "That kind of compassion is rare in our world." Sherry sat cautiously, maintaining some distance. "You didn't seem to think I was extraordinary when we first met. You warned me that accidents happen in court." "I did, and I meant it." Magdalena's expression turned serious. "Sherry, I'm going to be honest with you in a way I probably shouldn't be. I've spent 20 years trying to become queen, 20 years positioning myself as the Alpha King's ideal match, strong, politically savvy, ruthless when necessary. I did everything right by traditional standards, and yet he never looked at me the way he looks at you." "Magdalena, let me finish." The High Priestess held up a hand. "At first, I was furious. I saw you as an interloper, someone who'd used proximity and pity to manipulate the Alpha King. I wanted you gone. But these past few days, watching you work yourself to exhaustion to save wolves who've shown you nothing but suspicion, I realized something. You're not manipulating anyone. You're just genuinely good. And that's something I can never be, no matter how hard I try." The vulnerability in her voice was startling.
Sherry studied Magdalena's face, seeing past the cold exterior to the woman beneath. Someone who'd built armor so thick she'd forgotten what it felt like to be soft. "Being good doesn't mean being weak," Sherry said quietly. "And being ruthless doesn't mean being evil. You've protected this court for 20 years. That takes strength." "It takes calculation. There's a difference." Magdalena stood, smoothing her dress. "But I didn't come here to burden you with my existential crisis. I came to warn you about the full moon celebration." Sherry's pulse quickened. "What about it?" "I've been observing court dynamics. It's what I do. And I've noticed something troubling. 3 servants have been asking unusual questions about the celebration preparations. Questions about guard rotations, about where you'll be positioned, about security protocols. Questions that seem innocuous individually, but together form a pattern. Who are they? That's the problem. I don't know their names. They're part of the lower household staff, the ones who clean chambers and deliver meals. Invisible, forgettable, perfect for infiltrators." Magdalena's eyes were sharp. "I've told the Alpha King, but he wanted me to inform you directly. These wolves are interested in you, Sherry. Very interested." "Then we know who to watch during the celebration." "It's not that simple. If they realize we're onto them, they'll change tactics or flee. We need them to act so we can capture them and learn who they're working for. Which means—" Magdalena paused. "Which means letting them get close to you. Close enough to try whatever they're planning." Sherry's throat went dry. "You want me to be bait, actually vulnerable, not just appearing to be." "I want you to be smart about being bait." "There's a difference." Magdalena pulled a small vial from her dress pocket. "This is a compound I created. Protective magic woven into alchemical properties. If anyone tries to poison you or use harmful magic against you, this will neutralize it. Keep it on you at all times during the celebration." "Why are you helping me?" The question burst out before Sherry could stop it. "You just admitted you wanted me gone. Why give me protection now?" "Because I'm not a monster, despite what some people think. Because you saved the Alpha King's life, and I may be bitter, but I'm not treasonous. And because—" Magdalena's expression softened slightly. "Because watching you choose compassion over revenge, watching you extend mercy to your mother who failed you so completely, it reminded me that maybe there's more to life than political maneuvering. Maybe genuine connection matters more than I've let myself believe." She pressed the vial into Sherry's hand. "Use it. Trust your instincts. And Sherry, don't let your goodness make you naive. Good people can still defend themselves. They can still fight back when threatened. Compassion and strength aren't mutually exclusive." Before Sherry could respond, Magdalena turned and walked away, her purple dress billowing behind her like a banner. Sherry sat alone in the garden for a long moment, turning the vial over in her hands. Inside, liquid shimmered with an opalescent glow, magic made tangible. A gift from an unexpected ally. Maybe Christopher was right. Maybe people could change. Maybe showing compassion could inspire others to be better versions of themselves. Or maybe Magdalena was playing an elaborate game Sherry couldn't understand yet. Either way, she pocketed the vial and returned to the laboratory. There was work to do. The attack came on the 3rd night, in the darkest hours before dawn. Sherry was alone in the laboratory. She'd sent the assistant healers to bed hours ago, wanting to finish the final batches herself. Teresa had stepped out briefly to check in with the guard rotation, leaving Sherry with just her work and her thoughts. She was measuring the last portion of wolfsbane when she heard it, the softest scrape of boot on stone. Too quiet to be a guard, too deliberate to be accidental. Sherry's hand moved to the dagger at her hip as she turned. 3 figures stood in the laboratory doorway. Servants, dressed in the plain gray uniforms of household staff, 2 males and 1 female, all with expressions of cold determination. "Healer Brennan," the female spoke,
her voice flat and emotionless. Alpha Raymond sends his regards. Sherry's blood turned to ice, but she kept her voice steady. The guards will be back any moment. You can't... The guards are occupied. A convenient fire in the storage wing. They'll be busy for at least 10 minutes. The female stepped forward, and Sherry saw the knife in her hand, silver blade, designed to cause maximum damage to wolf physiology. 10 minutes is more than enough time to destroy the antidote and eliminate the Alpha King's troublesome mate. I'm not his mate. We haven't completed the bond. Even as Sherry spoke, she was calculating. 3 against 1, all larger and stronger than her. But Christopher and Patrick had trained her for exactly this scenario. Don't try to overpower them. Outsmart them. Use the environment. Create opportunities. Not officially mated, perhaps, but bonded enough. The male on the left circled around, trying to flank her. Alpha Raymond was very clear. You're to be eliminated before you can solidify your position, before you can produce an heir, before you become untouchable. They moved in synchronized precision, clearly trained for this. Sherry backed toward the work table where hundreds of vials of antidote sat ready for distribution. If they destroyed those, the entire palace would be vulnerable. She couldn't let that happen. You know he'll kill you, right? Sherry kept her voice conversational, buying time. My father. Once you've served your purpose. He doesn't leave loose ends. Ask my mother. Oh wait, you can't, because he poisoned her when she tried to escape. A flicker of uncertainty crossed the female's face. Good. Create doubt. Make them hesitate. We're true believers, the female said, but her voice wavered slightly. We're fighting for a better world, one where strength rules and weakness is culled. And you think killing me, an unarmed healer in a laboratory, demonstrates strength? Sherry's hand closed around a glass beaker. Sounds like cowardice to me. The female's face twisted with rage. She lunged forward, silver knife flashing. Sherry threw the beaker. It shattered against the female's face, glass shards cutting skin, the chemical contents burning eyes. The woman screamed and stumbled backward. Bitch! The male who'd been circling dove at Sherry. She sidestepped, using his momentum against him, just like Patrick had taught her. He crashed into the work table, sending vials crashing to the floor. The third infiltrator, the male who'd been hanging back, pulled out a crossbow. The bolt was tipped with silver, aimed directly at Sherry's heart. Should have made this quick, he said, his finger tightening on the trigger. Sherry dove behind a cabinet as the bolt flew, missing her by inches. The silver tip buried itself in the wall where her head had been moments before. Think. 3 enemies, all armed, all willing to kill. She had a dagger she'd barely learned to use, and a laboratory full of chemicals. What would Christopher do? What would Patrick do? No. What would Sherry do? What advantage did she have that they didn't? Knowledge. She knew what every substance in this laboratory could do. Knew which combinations were explosive, which were caustic, which could incapacitate without killing. The female had recovered, still partially blinded, feeling her way forward. The male Sherry had thrown into the table was getting up, murder in his eyes. And crossbow male was loading another bolt. Sherry grabbed 3 vials from the nearest shelf, sulfur compound, base acid, accelerant. She threw them in rapid succession at different targets. They shattered, chemicals mixing, and suddenly the laboratory filled with thick, caustic smoke. The infiltrators coughed and choked, unable to see. Sherry wrapped cloth around her nose and mouth. She'd done this before, knew how to breathe through chemical smoke. They didn't. She moved through the smoke like a ghost, using the chaos she'd created, found the female first, still blinded from the glass. Sherry's dagger flashed. Not a killing blow, Patrick had been clear about that. A cut to the hamstring, dropping the woman to the ground, neutralizing the threat. 1 down. Crossbow male was near the door, trying to escape the smoke. Sherry grabbed another vial, pure capsaicin extract, something she'd been experimenting with for pain management. She threw it at his face. It shattered, and he screamed as the burning liquid covered his skin. 2 down. The final male crashed through the smoke, grabbing for her. His hand closed around her throat.
squeezing. Sherry drove her dagger into his shoulder. Not deep, not fatal, but enough to make him release her. She fell backward, gasping for air. The male pulled the dagger from his shoulder and advanced on her, his expression twisted with pain and rage. "Should have stayed in Silver Ridge," he snarled. "Should have accepted your place as Omega. Now you die." He raised the dagger, her own weapon, about to be used against her. Sherry's hands scrabbled across the floor, finding broken glass, finding vials, Her fingers closed around a beaker of concentrated wolfsbane extract, the most poisonous substance in the laboratory, deadly to wolves in any significant dose. She threw it directly into his face. The male screamed, a horrible, agonized sound. The wolfsbane burned through skin, poisoned on contact, caused immediate and excruciating damage. He collapsed, convulsing, his body unable to process the concentrated toxin. Sherry scrambled away from him, her hands shaking, her throat burning where he'd choked her. The smoke was clearing now, and she could see the aftermath of the fight. 3 infiltrators down, the laboratory in chaos. Hundreds of antidote vials destroyed, but she was alive. She'd survived. The door burst open, and Teresa rushed in with a dozen guards, weapons drawn. She took in the scene. The 3 unconscious infiltrators, the destroyed laboratory, Sherry sitting in broken glass with chemical burns on her hands. "Sherry, what happened?" "Infiltrators." Sherry's voice came out raspy from the smoke. "They tried to kill me and destroy the antidote. I stopped them." Teresa's eyes widened. "You stopped them? All 3? "Christopher and Patrick trained me well." Sherry forced herself to stand, ignoring how her legs shook. "We need healers for them. I don't want them dying before they can be questioned, and we need to salvage what antidote survived. The celebration is tomorrow night. We don't have time to remake everything from scratch." "Forget the antidote. You're hurt. I need to finish my work." Sherry moved through the laboratory, assessing damage. Maybe 40% of the doses had been destroyed. The rest were intact. It would have to be enough. "Get Christopher. Tell him we caught the infiltrators, and tell him I'm fine before he loses his mind with worry." But it was too late. Christopher appeared in the doorway, having run from his chambers the moment the alarm was raised. His hair was disheveled, his shirt half-buttoned, his feet bare. He took one look at Sherry, bruised throat, chemical burns, covered in glass and blood, and his expression transformed into something terrifying. "Who touched her?" His voice was barely human, his wolf so close to the surface that his eyes glowed pure gold. "Who touched her?" "Christopher, I'm fine." Sherry moved toward him, but he was already striding past her toward the unconscious infiltrators. She saw murder in his eyes and quickly grabbed his arm. "Don't. We need them alive. We need them to talk. They hurt you." Christopher's hand came up to gently touch her bruised throat, and Sherry saw his fingers tremble with suppressed rage. "They tried to kill you, and I stopped them. I fought back, like you taught me. I defended myself and protected the antidote." Sherry took his face in both her hands, forcing him to look at her instead of the infiltrators. "I'm okay. I'm safe. Because of your training, because of your protection, I survived. So please don't lose control now. I need you focused. I need you to help me finish this." Christopher closed his eyes, breathing deeply, clearly fighting for control. When he opened them again, the feral rage had been banked, still present, but contained. "Show me your injuries," he said, his voice tight. "Later. First, we interrogate them. Find out what else they know." Sherry turned to the guards. "Wake them up. I want answers before dawn." The interrogation was brutal in its efficiency. The infiltrators were healed just enough to be conscious and coherent. Then Patrick went to work, not with physical torture, but with psychological pressure, promising leniency for cooperation, threatening execution for silence, playing them against each other. Within an hour, they'd broken. "Raymond has 12 infiltrators in the palace," the female gasped out, her face still marked by glass cuts. "We're just 3 of them. The others have different roles, gathering information, sabotaging supplies, spreading rumors to destabilize the court." Names, Christopher demanded. Give me names, positions, everything. She did. One by one, the infiltrators revealed their co-conspirators, servants, guards, even one of the lower court officials, a network of traitors that had been operating under the palace's nose for months. The full moon celebration, Patrick pressed. What's planned? What's the real attack? I don't know. The female was crying now, broken. We weren't told. Our job was just to kill the healer and destroy the antidote so the palace would be vulnerable. The real plan, that's being handled by someone else, someone high-ranking. We never learned who. Someone high-ranking? Christopher's expression turned calculating. One of the 7-pack alphas? I don't know. They kept us compartmentalized. We only knew our specific mission, but I heard rumors, something about the Alpha King being challenged during the celebration, some ancient law or tradition that would force a duel. But that's all I know, I swear. Patrick looked at Christopher. A formal challenge? That's forbidden under the treaty terms. Not if the challenger can prove breach of honor, or incompetence, or inability to rule. Christopher's jaw was tight. It's an old law, one I'd almost forgotten about. During the full moon celebration, any alpha can challenge the Alpha King if they can demonstrate just cause. The duel is to the death. Sherry's stomach dropped. My father is going to challenge you. Or one of his allies will. Someone he's been positioning, someone who could plausibly claim I've failed in my duties. Christopher started pacing. If I refuse the challenge, I lose legitimacy. The 7 packs could fracture. If I accept and lose, Raymond's alliance takes control of the Northern Territories. But you won't lose, Sherry said firmly. You're the Alpha King, the strongest wolf here. In a fair fight, yes. But Sherry, they poisoned the water supply, or tried to. They've been undermining my court for months. What makes you think this challenge will be fair? They'll sabotage something, poison me beforehand, create some advantage that tips the scales. The implications settled over them like a shroud. This wasn't just about killing Sherry or destroying the antidote. This was a multi-layered plan designed to weaken Christopher in every possible way, culminating in a challenge he couldn't refuse and might not survive. Then we cancel the celebration, Sherry said. Postpone it until we can root out every infiltrator, until we can be sure of your safety. We can't. The 7-pack alphas are already en route. Representatives from neighboring territories have been invited. Canceling now would be seen as weakness, fear. It would give Raymond exactly what he wants, evidence that I'm unfit to rule. So we're walking into a trap with our eyes open. Yes. Christopher stopped pacing and pulled Sherry into his arms. But we're not helpless. We know about the poison now. We've captured 3 infiltrators and we'll capture the rest before the celebration. We know a challenge is coming. That's more intelligence than Raymond thinks we have. We can use it. How? Sherry's voice was muffled against his chest. By making our own plans. By setting our own traps. Christopher's hand stroked her hair, gentle, despite the steel in his voice. By showing Raymond and his allies that attacking my mate was the biggest mistake they could have made, because now I'm not just protecting the Northern Territories, I'm protecting you, and I'll burn down the world if that's what it takes to keep you safe. The possessiveness in his tone should have been alarming. Instead, Sherry found it comforting. After so many years of no one caring whether she lived or died, having someone willing to burn down the world for her felt right. I'm not letting you fight alone, she said firmly. Whatever happens at the celebration, I'll be beside you. Sherry, no arguments. We're partners, remember? You said so yourself. That means we face threats together. She pulled back to look at him. Besides, I just took down 3 trained assassins with nothing but chemistry and a dagger. I think I've earned the right to stand beside my mate during a formal challenge. Christopher's expression softened. Your mate. You said it, without hesitation. Because I'm done denying it. Done pretending this bond between us is anything other than exactly what it is. Sherry rose on her toes and kissed him, tasting his surprise and fierce joy. You're mine, Christopher, and I protect what's mine just as fiercely as you do. 7 days. Christopher murmured against her lips. "I've known you for 7 days, and you've completely destroyed every defense I've spent 90 years building." "Good. You were too guarded anyway." Sherry smiled. "Now can we please get a healer to look at my burns? They're starting to hurt quite a bit." The palace healer, a stern older woman named Mitzi Sharp, fussed over Sherry for the next hour, treating chemical burns, wrapping her bruised throat, applying salve to dozens of minor cuts from broken glass. Christopher refused to leave her side, holding her hand through the painful parts, his presence a steady anchor. "You're lucky these aren't worse," Mitzi said, bandaging Sherry's hands. "Chemical burns can be nasty. A few more seconds of exposure and you'd have permanent scarring." "I've had worse," Sherry said without thinking. Christopher's hand tightened on hers. "What do you mean you've had worse?" Too late, Sherry realized what she'd revealed. She'd been careful not to mention the full extent of Silver Ridge's abuse, the times her father's rage had turned physical, the times Autumn's accidents had left marks, the times the pack had decided the Omega needed reminding of her place. "Sherry," Christopher's voice was dangerously soft. "What aren't you telling me?" "It doesn't matter. That's the past. I'm here now, safe, with you." "It matters." Christopher turned to Mitzi. "Give us a moment." The healer left quickly, sensing the tension. As soon as the door closed, Christopher cupped Sherry's face, forcing her to meet his eyes. "Tell me," he said. "Tell me everything they did to you. Every injury, every abuse, every moment they made you feel worthless. I need to know. Why? So you can be angry on my behalf? So you can add it to the list of crimes you'll punish my father for?" Sherry tried to pull away, but Christopher held her gently but firmly. "Christopher, telling you won't change what happened. It'll just make you hurt for me, and I don't want that." "Too late. I already hurt for you. But I also need to understand what you survived, what you overcame, so I can appreciate just how strong you really are." His thumb traced her cheekbone. "Please, Sherry, let me see all of you, even the painful parts." So she told him. About the beatings when she'd failed to complete chores fast enough, about being denied food as punishment for asking questions, about the time Autumn had accidentally pushed her into a fire, leaving burns on her arms that took weeks to heal without proper treatment, about the casual cruelty that had been her daily existence for 10 years. By the time she finished, Christopher was shaking with suppressed rage. His eyes had gone fully gold, his wolf so close to the surface she could practically see it. "I'm going to kill him," Christopher said flatly. "During the challenge, when he faces me, I'm going to make sure he suffers. I'm going to make him feel a fraction of the pain he inflicted on you." "Christopher, don't ask me to show mercy. Not for this. Not for him." His hands were gentle on her face, despite the violence in his voice. He had a precious gift, a daughter with a heart so pure she'd save dying strangers at the cost of her own life, and he broke her. He tried to destroy everything good and beautiful about you. That's unforgivable, Sherry. That demands retribution. "Then give me your word," Sherry said suddenly. "Give me your word that you'll survive the challenge, that you'll win. Because if you're going to kill my father, I need you to live through it. I need you to come back to me. I swear it." Christopher pressed his forehead to hers. "I will survive, I will win, and I will come back to you. Always." They stayed like that for a long moment, drawing strength from each other. Finally, Christopher pulled back. "Come on, you need sleep, and we have a very busy day tomorrow. We need to round up the remaining infiltrators, finalize security for the celebration, and prepare for whatever Raymond throws at us." He walked Sherry back to her rooms, but at the door she hesitated. "Stay with me? Just tonight. I don't want to be alone after everything." Christopher's expression softened. "Are you sure? Because if I stay, Sherry, if I'm in your bed with you, I'm not sure I'll be able to maintain proper boundaries. The mate bond is already so strong, and after tonight, after almost losing you, I'm sure." Sherry took his hand and pulled him inside. "I don't need you to maintain boundaries. I need you to hold me, to remind me I'm safe, to be close enough that I can feel your heartbeat and know you're really here." So Christopher stayed, They lay together in Sherry's bed, fully clothed, his arms wrapped around her, her head on his chest. And despite everything, the attack, the coming celebration, the knowledge of her father's crimes, Sherry felt safe. Because she wasn't alone anymore, because she had a mate who would burn down the world to protect her, because she'd finally found the place where she belonged. Tomorrow they would face her father and his conspiracy. Tomorrow there would be a challenge and potential war and a dozen threats to navigate. But tonight, in Christopher's arms, Sherry let herself simply exist, simply be loved, and that was enough. Chapter 10: The Alpha King's Challenge. The full moon rose over Wolfstone Palace like a harbinger of destiny. Sherry stood before the mirror in her chambers, barely recognizing the woman staring back at her. Roseanne had outdone herself. The dress was midnight blue silk embroidered with silver wolves that seemed to move in the candlelight. Her hair had been woven into an intricate crown braid, threaded with silver chains and small crystals that caught the light like captured stars. At her throat, a necklace Christopher had sent that morning, a silver wolf pendant with golden eyes, marking her publicly as his chosen mate. "You look like a queen," Roseanne said, her eyes bright with emotion. "Not just any queen, the queen of the Northern Territories." "We're not mated yet," Sherry protested, though her hand moved unconsciously to the pendant. "Honey, that's a technicality at this point. Everyone in the palace knows. Everyone at the celebration will know." Roseanne adjusted a crystal in Sherry's hair. "Tonight, you're not just the healer who saved the Alpha King. You're his mate, standing beside him as he faces his enemies. That's powerful, Sherry. That means something." A knock at the door interrupted them. Patrick entered, dressed in formal court attire with his weapons barely concealed beneath elegant leather. His expression was serious, focused, the beta preparing for battle. "It's time," he said. "The guests have all arrived. The 7-pack alphas are assembled, and your father just entered the Great Hall with an entourage of 30 wolves." Sherry's stomach clenched. 30? That's more than any alpha is permitted to bring to a celebration. "I know." Patrick's jaw was tight. He's making a statement, showing his strength, trying to intimidate before the challenge even begins. Has he formally announced it? The challenge? Not yet, but he will, probably during the feast when all eyes are on the Alpha King. Patrick moved closer, his voice dropping. "Sherry, I need you to know something. If things go wrong tonight, if the fight turns against Christopher, you need to run. There's a passage from the Great Hall that leads to the eastern courtyard. Teresa will be positioned there with horses. She'll get you to safety." "I'm not running," Sherry said flatly. "Sherry, no. I stood beside Christopher when I decided to stay in this court. I stood beside him when I helped expose the conspiracy. I'm not abandoning him now just because things might get dangerous." She met Patrick's eyes. "He's my mate. Where he stands, I stand. That's final." Patrick studied her for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "The Alpha King chose well. You're stronger than most warriors I've served with." "I'm terrified," Sherry admitted, "but I'm done letting fear control me." "Good. Fear keeps you alive. Just don't let it paralyze you." Patrick offered his arm. "Come, your mate is waiting." They walked through the palace toward the Great Hall, and with each step, Sherry felt the weight of what was coming settle over her. This wasn't just a celebration. This was a battlefield. Every smile would hide calculation. Every conversation would carry subtext. And somewhere in that crowd of hundreds, her father waited to challenge the wolf she loved. The Great Hall doors opened, and Sherry's breath caught. The space had been transformed into something magical. Thousands of candles floated overhead, creating a ceiling of light. Long tables stretched the length of the hall, covered in white cloth and laden with food, roasted meats, fresh fruits, delicacies from across the territories. Musicians played in one corner, their melody haunting and beautiful, and everywhere, wolves in their finest attire, talking and laughing and pretending this was just another celebration. But Sherry could feel the tension underneath.
could see it in the way wolves positioned themselves into clear factions, could sense it in the false brightness of the smiles, the way hands stayed close to concealed weapons. "The Alpha King's chosen mate, Healer Sherry Brennan," the herald announced, and every conversation stopped. Every eye turned to her. Sherry forced herself to walk forward with her head high, her spine straight. She wouldn't give them the satisfaction of seeing her fear, wouldn't let them see the broken Omega who'd spent 10 years believing she was worthless. Christopher stood at the head of the high table, and when he saw her, his expression transformed into something that made her heart skip. Pride, possession, love, barely contained. He met her halfway across the hall, taking her hand and bringing it to his lips. The gesture was intimate, claiming a public declaration that everyone understood. "You're magnificent," he murmured against her knuckles, "like the moon made flesh." "You're not bad yourself," Sherry said, taking in his formal attire, black leather and midnight blue, colors that matched her dress exactly. Intentional, coordinated, a statement that they were a matched pair, two halves of a whole. Christopher led her to the high table, seating her at his right hand. Patrick sat to his left with the 7-pack alphas ranged beyond. And at the far end of the table, his face carved from stone, sat Alpha Raymond Brennan. Their eyes met across the distance. Raymond's expression was unreadable, but Sherry saw the calculation behind it, saw him assessing her, judging whether she was still the broken daughter he could manipulate or something else entirely. "Welcome!" Christopher's voice rang out across the hall. "We gather tonight to honor the full moon, to celebrate the unity of the Northern Territories, and to demonstrate that no force, internal or external, can break the bonds we've forged." Applause rippled through the hall, but Sherry noticed who didn't clap, noticed which wolves exchanged meaningful glances. The conspiracy's supporters were scattered throughout the crowd, waiting for their moment. The feast began with practiced ceremony. Servants appeared with the first course, a delicate soup garnished with herbs. Conversation flowed around Sherry, but she found it hard to focus. Her attention kept drifting to her father, to the wolves who watched Christopher too intently, to the exits and guard positions Patrick had drilled into her memory. "Eat," Christopher murmured beside her. "You'll need your strength." "I'm not hungry." "Neither am I, but appearances matter." His hand found hers under the table, squeezing gently. "Whatever happens tonight, remember, you're not alone. You have me. You have Patrick and the elite guard. You have allies throughout this hall, even if you don't know all their names yet." "And I have enemies," Sherry said quietly. "Yes, but your enemies underestimate you. That's their weakness." Christopher's thumb traced circles on her wrist. "They still see the broken Omega. They don't see the woman who saved 33 wolves, who fought off assassins, who stands beside the Alpha King without flinching. Let them underestimate you, Sherry. It'll make their defeat that much sweeter." The feast continued through several courses. Between each, Christopher would stand and offer toasts to peace, to unity, to the strength of the Northern Territories. Each time, most of the hall would raise their glasses and echo his words. But each time, Sherry noticed who remained seated, who drank without enthusiasm, who smiled with teeth that looked like threats. It was during the main course, roasted venison with autumn vegetables, that Raymond finally made his move. He stood slowly, deliberately, his movement drawing every eye in the hall. The musicians faltered and fell silent. Conversation died. Even the servants stopped moving, sensing the shift in atmosphere. "Alpha King Christopher," Raymond's voice carried across the hall with practiced authority. "I request permission to speak." Christopher set down his fork with deliberate calm. "Alpha Raymond, you have the floor." "I come before this assembly with grave concerns." Raymond's expression was sorrowful, almost pained, a masterful performance. "Concerns about the leadership of the Northern Territories. Concerns about decisions that have put all our packs at risk." Murmurs rippled through the hall. Christopher remained perfectly still, his face unreadable. 3 weeks ago,
Raymond continued. The Alpha King and his elite guard were ambushed on neutral territory. A silver trap, the kind designed to kill. The Alpha King claims this was an assassination attempt, orchestrated by conspirators seeking to destabilize the Northern Court. It was, Christopher said flatly. The evidence has been presented to the council. The infiltrators have confessed. Have they? Or have they confessed to what they were told to confess? Raymond's voice carried false concern. Alpha King, I put it to you that the assassination attempt was staged. A false flag operation designed to justify increased aggression against packs that dare question your authority. The accusation sent shockwaves through the hall. Wolves gasped, argued, demanded clarification. Christopher remained seated, his expression calm, but Sherry felt his hand tighten on hers under the table. That's a serious charge, Christopher said softly. One I assume you can support with evidence? I can support it with logic. Raymond began to pace, playing to the crowd. The trap was discovered by your chosen mate, a wolf from Silver Ridge, my own daughter, who just happened to be in exactly the right place at exactly the right time. She saved you and gained entry to your court. She's now positioned at your right hand, influencing policy, potentially manipulating the Alpha King himself. You're suggesting my mate orchestrated an assassination attempt on me? Christopher's voice had gone dangerously soft. Your own daughter? I'm suggesting she's a pawn in a larger game. Whether willing or unwitting, I can't say. Raymond's expression was almost sympathetic. But Alpha King, surely you must see how convenient it all is. How perfectly it serves your narrative of external threats while allowing you to tighten control over the territories. Sherry's nails dug into her palms. This was masterful manipulation, casting doubt on her, on Christopher, on the entire foundation of the conspiracy investigation, making it seem like Christopher was the aggressor, the tyrant, while Raymond played the concerned alpha seeking truth. Convenient, Christopher repeated. Like how 3 of your own pack members, including your mate and daughter, fled Silver Ridge claiming you'd poisoned them? Like how your daughter's perfume was found at the trap site? Like how 12 infiltrators confessed to working for you? Confessions extracted under duress are worthless. And as for my mate, she was mentally unstable, poisoned by my daughter's manipulations before she fled. She saw conspiracy where there was only concern. Raymond spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Alpha King, I have no desire for conflict, but I cannot stand by while you use false accusations to justify tyranny. The packs of the Northern Territories deserve better. They deserve a leader who trusts them, who doesn't see enemies in every shadow. What exactly are you proposing? Raymond? Christopher's voice carried an edge that made wolves flinch. I'm proposing that you've failed in your duty as Alpha King, that your judgment has been compromised by sentiment, by this bond with a wolf who may be using you for her own purposes. Raymond turned to face the assembled wolves. Under the old laws, during the full moon celebration, any alpha may challenge the Alpha King if they believe he's failed in his duties. I invoke that right. I challenge Alpha King Christopher for leadership of the Northern Territories. The hall erupted. Wolves shouting, arguing, some cheering, others protesting. The 7-pack alphas were on their feet, demanding order. Patrick's hand had moved to his weapon, his expression murderous. But Christopher simply stood, calm and controlled, waiting for silence. When he spoke, his voice carried across the chaos with supernatural clarity. I accept your challenge, Alpha Raymond. By the old laws, we'll settle this the traditional way. Single combat, to the death, with no interference. The survivor leads, the loser. He smiled, cold and dangerous. The loser faces judgment from the pack they failed. Agreed. Raymond's expression was triumphant. Let it be witnessed. On this full moon night, I challenge Christopher Clifford for the throne of the Northern Territories. May the strongest wolf win. May the righteous wolf win, Christopher corrected. Strength without honor is just violence. Leadership without compassion is tyranny. Let's see which of us the moon favors tonight. The crowd began to move, flowing out of the great hall toward the courtyard where challenges were traditionally fought. Sherry stood on shaking legs, her mind racing. This was happening. Her father was going to fight Christopher. One of them would die tonight. Sherry. Christopher turned to her, cupping her face with both hands. I need you to trust me. I need you to believe I'm going to survive this. He's going to cheat, Sherry whispered. Somehow, some way, he's going to sabotage you. That's what all the infiltrators were for. That's what the poison was for. He's been planning this for months. I know, and I'm ready for it. Christopher kissed her forehead. I've faced death before. I've fought battles that should have killed me. But I've never had something worth surviving for like I do now. I will win this, Sherry. And when I do, you'll be the first wolf I see when it's over. That's a promise. Christopher, no goodbyes, no final words. Just faith. He pulled her into a fierce embrace. Have faith in me. Have faith in us. Have faith that this story doesn't end with me dead and you alone. That's not how destiny works. Patrick appeared at Christopher's elbow. It's time. The circle is being prepared. Christopher released Sherry reluctantly. Stay with Teresa. Stay visible, but protected. And Sherry, if something happens to me, if Raymond wins, you run. You don't try to avenge me. You don't sacrifice yourself. You survive. Promise me. I promise, Sherry lied, because they both knew if Christopher died, no power in the world could make her run. She watched him walk away, Patrick at his side, his shoulders straight and his head high. The Alpha King going to defend his throne. Her mate going to face her father in a duel to the death. Teresa materialized beside her. Come on, we need to get you positioned where you can see, but not be vulnerable. The courtyard had been transformed into an arena. Torches blazed in a wide circle, marking the boundary of the combat zone. Wolves packed the space beyond, hundreds of them, all waiting to witness the challenge that would determine the future of the Northern Territories. Sherry found herself pushed to the front of the crowd, close enough to see everything. The elite guards surrounded her, Teresa, Nicholas, and a dozen others, forming a protective barrier. Christopher entered the circle from one side, removing his formal jacket until he wore only pants and a simple shirt. Even from a distance, Sherry could see the power coiled in his frame, the predator beneath the civilized exterior. Raymond entered from the opposite side, similarly stripped down. He was larger than Christopher, more heavily muscled. In pure physical terms, he was an intimidating opponent. But Christopher was the Alpha King. 93 years of experience, decades of training, battles that had forged him into one of the most dangerous wolves alive. He would win. He had to win. The challenge has been issued and accepted. Van Doyle stepped forward as the neutral arbiter. Under the old laws, these two alphas will fight until one submits or dies. No weapons, no assistance. The moon will judge who is worthy to lead. Van stepped back, leaving Christopher and Raymond alone in the circle. For a long moment, they simply stared at each other. Then Raymond spoke, his voice carrying to the crowd. This didn't have to happen, Christopher. If you'd just maintained the old ways, if you'd valued strength over weakness, if you'd never brought that broken daughter of mine into your court, we could have avoided this. If I'd maintained the old ways, Christopher replied, his voice cold, I'd be a tyrant. I'd rule through fear and violence. I'd be exactly like you, Raymond, and I'd rather die than become that. Then you'll get your wish, Raymond began to circle, because I'm going to kill you tonight. And when I do, I'm going to claim your territories. I'm going to establish a new order, one where strength rules and weakness is purged. And your precious mate, she'll finally learn her place, on her knees, where an Omega belongs. The words ignited something in Christopher. Sherry saw it happen, saw the moment his control snapped, saw his wolf surge to the surface. His eyes went pure gold, his body shifted subtly, and when he spoke, his voice was barely human. You will never touch her again. Never speak to her. Never even think her name. Christopher's transformation began. bones cracking, muscles expanding, fur erupting across skin. Tonight, you die for every wound you inflicted on her, every tear she cried, every moment she believed she was worthless because of your cruelty. Raymond shifted too, his body expanding into a massive gray wolf, easily twice the size of a normal wolf. But Christopher's form was even larger, midnight black, with golden eyes that burned like captured suns. The Alpha King in his full glory, terrifying and magnificent. They collided in the center of the circle with a force that shook the ground. The fight was brutal, primal, exactly what ancient challenges were meant to be. Teeth and claws, blood and fur. Two alphas fighting for dominance with everything they possessed. Raymond was strong, experienced, vicious in his attacks. He fought dirty, going for eyes, throat, vulnerable joints. He used his size advantage to try to pin Christopher, to crush him beneath superior weight. But Christopher was faster, smarter. He'd been fighting for nearly a century, and every battle had taught him something. He dodged where Raymond expected him to block, attacked from angles that shouldn't have been possible, used Raymond's momentum against him, turning the larger wolf's strength into a weakness. Blood stained the courtyard. Sherry couldn't tell whose. Both wolves were covered in it, their dark fur making it impossible to see how badly either was injured. Raymond lunged for Christopher's throat. Christopher sidestepped and raked claws across Raymond's exposed flank. Raymond roared and spun, catching Christopher's shoulder with his teeth, tearing flesh. Back and forth they fought, neither gaining clear advantage. The crowd was screaming, some for Christopher, others for Raymond. The noise was deafening, overwhelming. Then Sherry saw it. A wolf in the crowd, one she recognized as an infiltrator who'd evaded capture, pulling out a small vial, moving toward the combat circle, preparing to throw something into the fight. Poison. Another poison attack, this one designed to weaken Christopher mid-battle. Without thinking, Sherry broke away from Teresa's protection. She sprinted toward the infiltrator, drawing the dagger she'd kept hidden in her dress. The wolf saw her coming and threw the vial, not at Christopher, but directly at Sherry. She dove sideways, the vial shattering on the ground where she'd been standing. Poison splashed across stone, smoking and hissing. If it had hit her, it would have killed her instantly. The infiltrator lunged at Sherry with a blade. She barely blocked it, her dagger meeting his with a clash of metal. They grappled, and Sherry realized with cold clarity that she was outmatched. He was larger, stronger, trained for combat. But she was fighting for Christopher, fighting for their future. And that made her dangerous. Sherry used every technique Patrick had taught her. She didn't try to overpower. She outsmarted. Feinted left, struck right. Used the infiltrator's momentum to throw him off balance. And when he stumbled, when his guard dropped for just a second, she drove her dagger into his shoulder, then swept his legs out from under him. He went down hard. Guards were on him immediately, dragging him away. But the damage was done. The distraction had worked. While Sherry fought the infiltrator, while every eye in the crowd turned to watch, Raymond had struck. Sherry turned back to the combat circle and saw Christopher on the ground, Raymond's jaws clamped around his throat. Blood poured from the wound. Christopher's movements were weakening. He was losing. "No!" Sherry's scream cut through the noise. "Christopher!" She started toward the circle, but Teresa caught her. "You can't interfere. It's forbidden. If you enter the circle, he loses by default." "He's dying!" Sherry struggled against Teresa's hold, watching in horror as Christopher's struggles grew weaker. "Someone has to—" But then something changed. Christopher's eyes, which had been fading, suddenly blazed with renewed golden light. His wolf, which had been pinned, surged with impossible strength. Later, witnesses would claim they felt it, a pulse of power that radiated from the Alpha King, a manifestation of the mate bond between him and Sherry. Her scream, her terror, her absolute refusal to let him die. It had done something, awakened something, given him strength he shouldn't have possessed. Christopher threw Raymond off with such force that the gray wolf went flying. Christopher rose, blood pouring from his throat wound, and when he howled, it was a sound of pure rage and determination. He hit Raymond like a freight train. Teeth found the gray wolf's throat. Claws raked across vulnerable belly. And this time, when Raymond tried to fight back, Christopher was relentless. Unstoppable. Driven by something beyond mere survival. Driven by love. By the need to survive for the wolf watching from the crowd. By the knowledge that Sherry needed him. And nothing, not poison, not sabotage, not even death itself, would keep him from her. The fight turned decisively. Raymond struggled, but Christopher was everywhere, overwhelming him with speed and fury. Finally, with a move too fast for most eyes to follow, Christopher locked his jaws around Raymond's throat and squeezed. Raymond went still, submitted, defeated. Christopher held the position for a long moment, making sure everyone understood. Then he released Raymond and stepped back, shifting to human form despite his wounds. "It's over," Christopher said, his voice rough but clear. "Alpha Raymond has been defeated. By the old laws, by the judgment of the moon, I remain Alpha King of the Northern Territories." Cheers erupted from Christopher's supporters. Raymond shifted back to human form, his neck bleeding from Christopher's bite, his expression one of pure shock. He'd been so certain he would win, so sure his plan was perfect. "Arrest him," Christopher commanded. "Alpha Raymond Brennan, you are charged with conspiracy, attempted assassination, abuse of pack members, and violation of the Northern Territories Treaty. You will stand trial for your crimes." Guards moved forward to seize Raymond. He didn't fight, couldn't fight. He'd been beaten completely, his strength spent, his conspiracy exposed. As they dragged him away, his eyes found Sherry's across the courtyard. For just a moment, she saw something that might have been regret, might have been recognition of how thoroughly he'd failed. Then it was gone, replaced by cold hatred. But Sherry didn't care, because Christopher was alive. Christopher had won. Christopher was stumbling toward her, blood still pouring from his wounds, and she broke free of Teresa's hold to run to him. They met in the middle of the courtyard, and Christopher caught her in his arms despite his injuries, his hand tangled in her hair, pulling her close. "I told you," he said against her ear. "I told you I'd survive. I told you I'd come back to you." "You're bleeding," Sherry sobbed, her hands frantically checking his wounds. "You're hurt so badly." "I don't care, you're safe. That's all that matters." Christopher pulled back just enough to look at her face. "When I saw that infiltrator throw poison at you, when I saw you fighting, Sherry, I've never been so terrified in my life." "Don't ever do that again. Don't ever risk yourself like that." "You were dying." Sherry's tears fell freely now. "You were on the ground, and he had your throat, and I couldn't just watch you die." "So you screamed my name, and something happened." Christopher's eyes were wide with wonder. "The mate bond. It gave me strength I shouldn't have had. Your terror, your refusal to lose me, it literally saved my life." "The mate bond works both ways." Patrick appeared beside them, grinning despite the blood and chaos. "When one mate is in mortal danger, the other can lend them strength through the bond. It's rare, difficult, requires absolute devotion. But you two managed it without even trying, without even completing the mating bond fully." "Complete it now," Sherry said suddenly. Christopher blinked. "What?" "Complete the mate bond. Right here, right now, in front of everyone." Sherry cupped his face with both hands. "I'm done waiting. I'm done being cautious. You just fought my father to defend your throne and our future. Now claim me. Publicly. Completely. Make it official so no one can ever question it." "Sherry, you're sure? Because once it's done, it can't be undone. You'll be bound to me for life." "I'm already bound to you. Have been since that clearing. This is just making it official." She smiled through her tears. "So what do you say, Alpha King? Want to make me your queen?" Christopher's answering smile was brilliant, joyous, almost boyish in its happiness. More than anything, he kissed her then, in front of hundreds of witnesses, in front of the 7-pack alphas and the Northern Court and visiting dignitaries. Kissed her like she was the most precious thing in the world.
And as they kissed, Sherry felt something shift inside her, a final barrier falling away, a connection snapping into place, the mate bond, completing itself. She gasped against Christopher's lips as power flooded through her, his wolf reaching for hers, calling to it, coaxing it to finally, fully emerge. And for the first time in 10 years, Sherry felt her wolf respond, not with a whimper or a tentative stir, but with a roar of recognition. Her back arched, bones began to shift, fur rippled across skin. She was shifting. After 10 years of dormancy, her wolf was finally emerging. The transformation was painful. First shifts always were, but Sherry barely noticed because Christopher was there, holding her, supporting her, lending her strength through their bond. She felt her body change, felt herself becoming something other, something more. When the shift completed, Sherry looked down at herself in wonder. White fur with silver markings, smaller than Christopher's wolf, but perfectly proportioned. And when she looked at him, when their eyes met, his gold to her silver, she felt the bond between them solidify into something unbreakable. Mates. True mates. Destined and now fully bonded. The crowd erupted in cheers and howls, the northern court celebrating their king and his new queen, the elite guard howling their approval. Even the 7-pack alphas looked impressed, awed by the manifestation of a mate bond so powerful it had broken through a 10-year-old block on Sherry's wolf. Christopher shifted back to human form, and a moment later, Sherry followed instinctively. He immediately wrapped her in his formal jacket. She was naked, as all shifters were after transformation, and pulled her close. "You're magnificent," he whispered. "Your wolf is beautiful. You're beautiful. Everything about you is perfect." "I shifted," Sherry said, still shocked. "Christopher, I shifted. I have my wolf back." "You always had her. She was just waiting for the right moment, the right connection." He kissed her forehead. "Waiting for me." Van Doyle stepped forward, his expression solemn. "By the old laws, by the power vested in me as neutral arbiter, I declare this mate bond complete and recognized. Christopher Clifford, Alpha King of the Northern Territories, and Sherry Brennan Clifford, his chosen queen. May their rule be long and just." "Brennan Clifford," Sherry repeated. "I like the sound of that." "Then it's yours." Christopher scooped her up in his arms despite his wounds, despite the blood and exhaustion. "Now, let's get ourselves to the healers before we both collapse. We can celebrate properly once we're not bleeding everywhere." The next hours passed in a blur of activity. Healers treating Christopher's wounds, treating Sherry's various injuries, fussing over the new queen. The remaining infiltrators being rounded up, Raymond being locked in the dungeons to await trial, the court adjusting to the new reality. Their Alpha King was mated, his queen was the former Omega they'd all underestimated, and the conspiracy that had threatened them was broken. Finally, near dawn, Christopher and Sherry found themselves alone in his chambers. Now their chambers. They'd both been healed, cleaned, dressed in comfortable clothes, and for the first time since the celebration began, they could simply be together. "Quite a night," Christopher said, pulling Sherry into his arms on the large bed. "The most terrifying and wonderful night of my life," Sherry agreed, nestling against his chest. "I watched you almost die. Then I watched you win. Then I shifted for the first time in a decade. Then I became queen of the Northern Territories. It's been eventful." "That's one word for it." Christopher's hand stroked her hair, gentle and soothing. "Sherry, I need to tell you something about your father." "He's going to be executed," Sherry said quietly. "For his crimes. I know. The trial will be public. You'll have to testify about the abuse, about everything he did to you." Christopher's voice was careful. "I can spare you that if you want. I can present the evidence without requiring you to face him again." "No." Sherry lifted her head to look at him. "I want to testify. I want him to hear, in front of everyone, exactly what his cruelty did to me. I want him to know that despite everything he did to break me, I survived. I thrived. I became queen while he became a prisoner.
That's the revenge I need." "You're extraordinary," Christopher said softly. "Have I mentioned that recently?" "Not in the last few hours." Sherry smiled. "Feel free to mention it more often. I'll make it a daily habit." He kissed her, slow and tender. "Thank you, Sherry, for screaming my name when I was losing, for lending me strength through the bond, for choosing me despite all the complications that came with it, for being exactly who you are. Thank you for seeing me, for valuing me, for making me believe I was worth something." Sherry's hand pressed over his heart, feeling its steady beat. "For being my home." They lay together as the sun rose over the Northern Territories, the new Alpha King and his queen, bonded and victorious. Outside, the palace was celebrating. Wolves howled with joy. The conspiracy was broken. Raymond's allies were surrendering or fleeing. The war everyone had feared never materialized, because sometimes a single battle could determine everything. A single duel could expose the truth. A single mate bond could change the course of history. And Sherry Brennan Clifford, the girl who'd been broken and discarded and told she was worthless, had become the queen who saved a kingdom. Not bad for a wolf who couldn't shift. Well, who couldn't shift until she could. Until love and destiny and pure stubborn courage woke what had always been sleeping inside her. "What happens now?" Sherry asked drowsily, exhaustion finally catching up with her. "Now?" Christopher pulled the blankets over them both. "Now we sleep. Then we wake up and start the work of actually ruling together. Then we deal with your father's trial. Then we rebuild what the conspiracy damaged. Then we live. We love. We build a future where wolves like you, wolves who've been told they're broken, are valued for who they are, not what they can't do." "Sounds perfect," Sherry murmured, her eyes already closing. "Sleep, my queen, my mate, my Sherry." Christopher's arms tightened around her. "I'll be here when you wake, always." And he was. Epilogue. 6 months later. The morning sun streamed through the windows of the royal chambers, painting everything in shades of gold. Sherry stood on the balcony, looking out over Wolfstone Palace, marveling at how much had changed in half a year. Raymond's trial had been swift and public, his crimes exposed for all to see. His execution had been quick, more mercy than he'd ever shown anyone else. Autumn had fled the territories, her whereabouts unknown. The conspiracy's remaining members had been dealt with according to their crimes, some imprisoned, others exiled, a few executed. And Edna had been pardoned at Sherry's request. She now lived quietly in a cottage on the palace grounds, helping in the medical wing, slowly rebuilding a relationship with her daughter. It wasn't forgiveness, not yet, but it was understanding. It was a chance. "There you are." Christopher wrapped his arms around Sherry from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. "I woke up and you were gone. Started to worry. Just thinking." Sherry leaned back against him. "About how different everything is now." "Better or worse?" "Better. Impossibly, wonderfully better." She turned in his arms to face him. "Though I do have some news that's going to make things even more different." Christopher's eyebrows rose. "Oh? What kind of news?" "The kind that involves me being pregnant with the future heir to the Northern Territories." For a moment, Christopher just stared at her, processing. Then his face split into the widest smile she'd ever seen. He lifted her up, spinning her around, laughing with pure joy. "A pup? We're having a pup?" "We're having a pup," Sherry confirmed, laughing. "Surprise?" "The best surprise." Christopher set her down gently, his hand immediately